Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Upsurge Premier League Semi-Finals as Lucky Esports take on Frost Aura. I'm your play-by-play Milky Cereal, and joining me in the casting booth is Chilling Wok. How are you doing, dude?
Apologies about
And
that. Apologies about that. Looks like my microphone was having some technical difficulties, but hey, I'm here. I'm excited, and we get to see two of the favorites in the semifinals go at it. Lucky Esports and Frost Aura. Me personally, I know a lot of these guys as friends and as peers, and I just want to see what happens in this set in this best of five.
yeah, as you mentioned, two of the favorites, and most notably so, Lucky Esports. 5-0 in regular season, 10 game wins, 0 game losses, 2-0 in the quarterfinals against Sentinels. These guys are undefeated this season, and they are going to look to make it all the way to finals that way. Do you think Frostora have a chance to take one game, if not the entire series from them?
Man, the thing about Frostar is that when we look at their play, when we look at how they want to approach the game, they love playing with just a lot of tenacity. They love pulling triggers. They love looking for these fights, and that's something that's a big X factor when you look at Frostar themselves. You know, even though they didn't go undefeated in the regular season, they're a team that has a lot of tenacity. We saw them play in their division, did win it against Sentinels in on their side as well. So both these teams, they have a lot of talent and a lot of growth. But Frostar, I just got to see if they can handle against Lucky Esports.
And if I'm not mistaken as well, I was casting on the Frost or Dallas Comets game in the quarterfinals. They came back after dropping game one to win the series 2-1. So they know how to come back from a defeat. But going back to what you were saying, more of this scrappy style of play, lots of fightings. Again, we are in preseason, and this has been the case for 1 to 2 weeks now, but it
Mhm.
still feels so new and teams still adapting to the changes onto the rift.
Yeah, of course. You know, with these new dragons here, there's a lot of emphasis on how the dragons operate, with camps coming up a little bit faster overall, which it means that a lot of these farming junglers get a little bit more access and a little bit more viability. You know, we could see a little bit more of the Graves, the Kindred, some of these characters that could come out. And that's where it gets kind of crazy here because knowing that Dragon is a big priority, you want to play for the early game. You also still want to throw around ganks as well because we still have that kind of meta going in, you know. Let's look for those ganks. It's just that you can get a lot more punished knowing that there's not a lot of comeback exp in the jungle camp. So that's the biggest thing is how these junglers are focusing. You know, we have Frost or a Hunter. He's been a part of the Frost or team for such a long time now, but while we get into it, we got to take a look at draft because right now, Lucky immediately banning off right off the bat Nunu, Irelia, and Ezreal away from Frostora.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that Nunu ban coming away, the focus towards Hunter in the jungle. Irelia, Ezreal, Aurelion Sol, Cassiopeia, and Graves are the final bans. So we're seeing 2 jungle bans coming out as Lucky will pick themselves up the Xayah, and I will Frost or respond. Do they go for that kind of Kai'Sa Nautilus lane, or do they try to steal the Rakan away?
Yeah, I'm not too sure actually, because here's the thing: Rise is on the table. It's a champion that abuses Conquerors so well, and another thing is that this is a champion that could be easily flexed between Frost or a solo laner. So they have to be mindful of where this Rise is going to go to, especially on red side. When it comes to that support, though, you know we have to take a look at what Pocus likes to play. Definitely favors the Nautilus, but another thing is that Uganda Royalty likes the Rakan, but instead of that, Frostor, they're going to be locking in one of the S tiers right now in the support role, which is going to be that Senna. And however, that counter of that Nautilus, a lot of these hook champions that can get rid of the support on the Senna could be available for Lucky if they choose to go for it.
And the thing that I'm very interested about is this Senna going AD or support? I think Frostora will now be fairly comfortable to decide on that, considering that the bot lane is 100% locked in for Lucky Esports, the Loves duo Zyra Khan coming through.
Mm-hmm. And you gotta enjoy like the storylines between these teams because here's the thing: when we look at Uganda and Royalty, he actually used to play for Frost Aura, so there's a little bit of history between just these two rosters. You know, you got Hunter and Elmo who've been a part of the roster for such a long time. Uganda and Royalty was also one of the first supports that they also had, and knowing that he actually went to Lucky Esports, opted into leaving Frostar is going to be a big statement because if Frostar wants to show up, hey, we're the better team. Hey, you left us for this team and we beat you. It's going to be a pretty big blow for Ugandan Royalty.
Yeah, and I'm sure Frostora will want to be sticking it to their former support play as we enter the second round of bans. Lee Sin is the first one to come through. We'll have to see if there's going to be any focus towards that Olaf, because he does have quite a high pick rate, as Lucky will ban away the Camille, and indeed, that Olaf will get that.
Yeah, Frostor just making sure that their lanes that they're choosing are very low mobility, and so Olaf isn't going to run rapid in the early game. The biggest question I have, though, when it comes to Lucky is where this Nico is going to be going when it comes to the solo lanes. More than likely, I feel like this should be an answer to wherever the Ryze is going to be going, knowing that she can deal with the early laning phase of Ryze itself. If she goes Glacial, can also slow down the way Ryze wants to play team fights. So it's a good little pick here just to see where they want to flex here. But Lucky, of course, banning the Camille and banning the Ashe, knowing that Frostora, Meech is pretty comfortable on that Ashe as well. The biggest thing now is that when we look at Meech's pool, it is going to get slightly pinched here. He is well known for that Ezreal. Second one is the Xayah. The question is, what does he want to pick into Xayah Rakan? Because right now, there's not a lot of safer ADs. If not that, maybe we're going to pull out the Heimerdinger out. And this is the first time I've seen Meech pull it. And I've heard a lot of opinions on this champion. It's something that can pretty much win games if you play around it correctly. So I'm pretty excited on what Meech can do on this Heimerdinger.
And I feel like even more on the micro aspect, if this Heimerdinger is going towards the bot lane, because, you know, Sene is just so susceptible to any form of engage, but you don't exactly want to be engaging against a Heimerdinger as Lucky pick up the
Oh, no. Not at all, because here's the thing, man. Heimerdinger, if you engage on him, he's going to throw a stun right at your face. He's going to load those turrets right around you. It's not going to be fun. The thing, though, is that when we look at Meech right now in the preseason, he's played 4 games of Heimerdinger. He's lost on all of them, so I'm not too sure if he's actually comfortable on this Heimerdinger as of yet. So this is a big risk in game 1, but hey, it's game 1. Might as well take it. Might as well take the chance. And if it works out, that means that Lucky, they're going to have to be afraid of it going into game 2.
The Elise locked in for Lucky in the jungle. Pantheon, Nico, which one is going where? Surely Pantheon top, Nico mid.
Let's see here. More than likely, it's going to be. Well, the biggest question is, I want to see what Frostar wants to set up here. Right in here, it's going to be the Gallia for Elmo. So more than likely, this Pantheon should be. This Pantheon, in my opinion, if you want to tackle the top side, knowing that you have Pantheon Elise, should be going to the top side, because you're going to assume that Ryze is going to be going top. Send Pantheon to the top side. Punish that Ryze because of his low mobility, use your early game powers and push that forward so that your Pantheon is able to move around the map and have that early game snowball as what Lucky is designed.
And maybe I overhype it too much, but the Jarvan Galio combo coming in for Frostora, the chicken coop, the chicken coop wombo combo, as I like to call it.
Oh yeah, gotta watch out for the Cataclysm with the hero's entrance. The biggest thing, though, when we look at Frostar is the amount of damage per second that they can pump out. Because Senna, relatively low DPS. Heimerdinger has solid DPS if you're playing around the turrets. And Ryze just has to ramp up throughout the team fight itself. So when we're looking at the early game stages around the 20-minute mark, I'm not going to expect a lot of damage from Frostora unless they set up good fights and good positionings. But when we look at Lucky, they're so designed for the early game, right? At level 6, they power up substantially. They have a level 1 to 5 strength for Pantheon and Elise, and then at level 6, you get access to the Xayah ultimate, the Nico ultimate, and the Rakan ultimate. So, you know, we got to watch out when 10 to 15 minutes, these fights are breaking out around dragons, because these are going to be pretty big priority for Lucky in the early game.
As you mentioned, very good early game potential for Lucky, but I want to break this down. Lucky, where are they going to be focusing? Because surely, at least early game, Pantheon early game, you mash those up, and that could be some nice snowball effect coming through for them.
Yeah, you're going to have to. That's the 2 lanes that you're going to be setting yourself up, man. Go play off the Pantheon, play off his ability to just taking turret shots with his shield, play off the ability of Elise juggling aggro on the dice, play off the fact that Ryze's early game isn't that strong. So do that, because if you don't, then your Pantheon's going to lose value, your Elise is going to lose value, and right then and there, you're going to have to depend on that late game insurance off that Xayah Rakan. So that's what Lucky wants to do. Frostar, they just have to be able to avoid those dives, make sure they're blocking it, and from there, making sure that they're not dying on the 2v2 on the bottom side as well. So we just have to see how that turns out in the early game stages, because based on that, it's going to change the course of what happens in the mid game and how these fights are being approached.
Let's slide over the river to the red side, because Jarvan, no slouch in the early game either. What's the focus for him? Does he try to match those ganks from Pantheon, from Elise in the top lane, or does he focus elsewhere on the rift?
Oh yeah. When we look at Frostor, right, you could see that they have a lot more late game scaling just based on their kit itself with the Rise, with the Heimerdinger, and J4 Galio as someone who would just be frontliners for them. So if we're looking at this kind of composition, it's mainly a defensive composition in the early game. So what that means is that just Jarvan for FA Hunter, he's just gonna have to follow where this Elise is, track her so that these ganks that Elise is gonna be throwing and forcing doesn't work and is nullified. Because if you're nullifying it, that means that your team is allowed to breathe, it's allowed to come online, and when it does, you're able to kind of take the victory from there.
Yeah, and Frostora do have a lot of scaling. You've got the Rice, you've got the Senna, and then even in terms of wave clear, if they are forced to, kind of sit back and turtle a bit, so much wave clear for them, and it's pretty hard, as we already mentioned, to engage onto the Heim.
Oh yeah, it's very tough when Heimerdinger is setting up those turrets, when you have two beefy frontliners around you, and of course when you have Senna in the backline just giving you heals and giving you shields too. So just got to be careful of that. And of course, with triple teleports too. When we look at Solidified, Elmo, and Meech running that triple TPs, that means that they can just be around the map as much as possible. They're gonna have to be wary on whose teleports are up and not available when we're looking at Lucky, because if you get caught off by a teleport, it could cost you.
Getting caught out by a teleport could be very disastrous indeed. Frostora have 3 TPs of their own as a cleanse comes in for always plan ahead. With that said though, we'd like to take a few moments to bring you a word from our sponsors over at Econo Board. If you are looking to take your game to the next level, it all starts with your peripherals. From keyboards, keycaps, mice and more, our friends at Kono have got you covered. Kono works with the world's best designers, inventors, and makers to bring you some of the best gaming peripherals around. Kono have been huge supporters of us here at Upsurge and have made generous contributions to our prize pool. If you need to find a new keyboard and more for your setup, we can't recommend anyone better than Kono. For more information, head over to kono.store to check out all they have to offer. That's KONO.store. Kono, discover amazing products. With that said, though, we're going to be heading into a short break, but we'll be right back with the first game of the semifinals tonight. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The teams have been summoned, and it is time to get leaguing, if that's even a term that we can use. Lucky Esports over on the blue side, Frostora on the red side. One of the first points that I do want to bring up, though, Chilling, is actually the fact that Scooped going for the more defensive Door and Shield to start off.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised here knowing that you can actually take this 2v2 as long as you can actually land the W on Rakan. But I'm surprised. Scoop's actually going to be opting to the TP, looking like they're just going to play the farm game and play towards the top side. So when we look at Lucky Esports, this is a very clear tell that Kevin one is going to be going for that top side, playing off that Pantheon, making sure Solidified gets to have no fun in the first 15 minutes of the game. So if it works out, that means that Lucky gets to pull off and play for that 15-minute mark.
As 10 free gold will be going over to Elmo's way, as Bao Eater will get a juicy 1 gold from the zombie ward. Minions have started to turn up in the mid lane now. Both junglers going to be starting on their red buffs, but I do want to focus.
Gotta watch out, man.
Actually, yeah, let's take a look at the bottom lane. Grand Entrance comes in. The focus is on Pocos, as that is the heal out instantly. Some return damage onto Uganda, but no kills just yet, as in the top lane, Bowie gets a very nice trade onto Solidified.
Yeah, here's the thing. When you're running TP and you're running Door and Shield, that level 1 doesn't operate as well as it can be, right? Because if you're going to be looking to take for that, you should be running heal on your AD carry, and you should be looking to run Doran's Blade to help you with that offense here. So that level 1 unfortunately costs them, because right now, that means that Pocus, you trade that heal in Ignite, that means that Pocus is able to heal freely, so it's going to work out A-okay. So this is what's going to happen, but Ugandan Royalty, they want to try and fight for this level 2 here.
Grand Entrance goes in. Neither two are at level 2 just yet, as we see the Tangle Bobs finding its mark in the mid lane as the Electron Storm Grenade comes out. And Lucky Esports, they are struggling so far with these trades, and, well, both bot lane duos are now level 2.
Yeah. No worries, though, however, because the biggest thing we have to keep in mind is what's going to happen on the top side. Because right now, Kevin 1 is going to be looking on the top. There's already a good ward from Solidified, so he's going to know that dive should be coming in, and ping's already coming out. So this is the biggest thing. Can this Elise and can this Pantheon go for these dives? You see him already clear out that ward, and they're still looking for. The biggest thing is, can Hunter be there in time, and can they stall? And right now, looks like they want to try and commit for it on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and they are indeed committing for it on the top side of the map, but they're just keeping Solidified so far away from the CS. 17 CS
here,
2. Here we go. The engage comes in. TP being channeled as well. The kill will go over First Blood onto Solidified. And Lucky Esports, they committed, but they pay the price.
Yeah, and that's the thing here. When you're spending that much time to set up for this dive, Solidified has already read it so far. Bao Eater walking past the turret just pretty much signifies that Elise is here. My jungler is going to be here as a backup, and that's what happens. Right now, Frostora sets up the defensive play. They make it work, and Solidified picks up that 400 gold on that first blood. That's going to help them out tremendously approaching the 15-minute mark, and unfortunately, Lucky Esports' first opening play isn't working out.
And I want to bring up the other side of this argument as well, because, you know, Bowie is so far ahead on CS. Actually, I'll hold my thought for a second. Flag and drag coming in. The TP on top of the flag. The focus is on to Ken 4 now, but he's going to run away as spiders do. The repel over to the Raptors, and he'll be able to get out of that one. 500 gold advantage to Frostora at the minute. But going back to that top side play, I didn't see the need for Bowie to go in, because he was so far ahead in CS. Solidified can't touch the CS. Why commit for the kill when he's already got such a big advantage just in terms of the wave?
Yeah, that's the thing, though. That's what you want to ask, right? Because one is when we look at the jungles, when we look at the tracking here, did Kevin actually realize where Hunter was? Did they realize how much time they're spending here? And also, did they realize that Elmo can actually TP and defend that play as well? And that's one thing you have to wonder. Even though Bao Eater is still pretty solid in this matchup until later on, you can see her basically blocking all that damage. So this matchup is still going to be favored for him for quite a bit. It's just that Solidified gets a little bit of breathing room on the top side.
It's another Electron Storm Grenade followed by the W. Grand Entrance. Will be able to find its mark, but some return damage straight away, as it takes a bit of time for the Battle Dance to get Uganda now.
So keep in mind that when we take a look at these teams here, and we saw the poll go up on Twitch chat, 15 people voted for Frostar to win in this game 1, 79% of it, and right now it's looking pretty good. So maybe a lot of people have a lot of faith. I'm surprised at Lucky Esports, even though they're the ones who are undefeated, they're getting pressured in. So got to see if they can bounce back in this slight early game here and see if they can still play off Bout Eater on that Pantheon.
Now, the first wreck of the game, the Infernal, has spawned, and it is going to be the focus for Frostora. They will be able to pick it up, as they do have a fairly sizable advantage in this bottom lane.
Yeah, you can see here 42 CS to 34 here. The biggest thing is topside solidified is down pretty substantially, 25 CS. You know, it's a lot of minions right there. So he's just gonna have to survive here. Kevin's also, of course, is already up there as well. And you can see here that they're already trying to track here. Elmo is 6 though, so they can still operate in this blocking play, but this is where it gets tough. If they have another blocking play occur and it works well for Frostora, that means that they're going to be sitting pretty in the early game, knowing that Bout Eater or Kevin could die if this blocking play works.
Indeed. 6 minutes into the game, and again, I'm keeping my eyes towards this top lane to see whether can find any engages. Grand Entrance will not be able to find its mark onto Meech, but so much damage so quickly from the micro rockets as Lucky Esports, they're looking aggressive, looking to find something, won't be able to though, as Electron Storm Grenade and more damage coming out from the Frost Aura bot lane.
Yeah, they're just saying hi to each other, just kind of seeing what they can do here, because the thing is that if you guys are going to want to take this 2v2, you're going to need to call your jungler down, because fighting a Heimerdinger, trying to gank him is going to be tough. If Rakan goes in with a W, that means that the stun's going to be landing right on top of him. Everything else can just get layered on, so you're going to have to be careful when you're engaging him, so just got to watch out.
And actually, going back to this top lane, Solidified really struggling in terms of CS, and Bout Eater doing such a fantastic job just keeping away from as much CS as possible.
Yeah, you're playing against a Pantheon. I mean, what can you do, right? The biggest thing is just don't die. If you're going to have to sacrifice CS, do so. If you mess up the wave, whatever happens, as long as you're not dying and giving him another free gold, that's where it gets tough, you know? Dealing against a Pantheon, dealing against this champion who's so demoralizing to play against in the first stages here is tough. So that's what you're going to have to do. And I actually respect Solidified for doing this, because this is what he's going to need to do. As long as he's able to get EXP, as long as he's able to get his levels, he should be fine.
Meech is now level 6, and Scooped is going to have to be very, very careful, because if the ult-empowered Electron Storm Grenade comes through, he's going to be a very dead Xayah. The next streak is going to be an Ocean that's up in 2.5 minutes, so we will either be having a Mountain Soul or a Cloud Soul on the Rifters. Meech will spot Scooped out with a little bit of trickery in that bot lane brush.
Yeah. However, Hunter is around the corner, so they have to be mindful of where Hunter is. Of course, Pocus did take a reset here, so that's where, you know, if any aggression were to come out, Hunter will be right there, watching him on the end. But one thing I do got to talk about is when we look at both these teams have people who are part of the Supernova scouting grounds, and that's something that I want to talk about. Because when we look at Pocus, when we look at Always Plan Ahead, and when we look at Scooped, these guys are the ones who made it, and these guys are, you could say, a pretty big point of why these teams are so successful. So we got to see how these Supernova Scouting Grounds players make it work and why they deserve that spot. Because if Always Plan Ahead and Scoop gets knocked out, you know, is there an argument to why Elmo should be in there? Is there an argument to why Uganda Royalties should be in the Scouting Grounds? And that's where it's a big point of contention as well.
However, we did put a lot of emphasis in drafting phase on Kenv and Hunter. We have hit this level 6 mark where we're expecting the teams to start having a bit more of an impact, as a cleanse will come out from Always Plan Ahead. And I think he was planning ahead a little bit as he spotted Hunter and Pocus looking for blood.
Yeah, I like that cheeky little move that both Hunter and Pocus did, synergizing when they're going in, because that means that Always Plan Ahead's only point of retreat is back here, but Elise is around the top side, and here comes a 2v2 on the top side, though.
And the Cocoon as well coming through, but as you mentioned, it's a 2v2. Solidified is already taken down, and now the focus is onto a Hunter, as the Dawning Shadow will come through, and the Cataclysm will find the return kill onto Ken. The Flash Taunt won't be able to find his mark. As you mentioned, the Flash is going to be burned by Bout Eater, as it's a 2-for-1, I believe, in favor of Lucky. 1-for-1 in favor of Lucky Esports. I do.
Yeah, unfortunately, when we take a look at that play itself, though, as the aggressing team, you want to make sure you're getting those kills without any sort of punishment, and that's where it gets tough here. Knowing that you traded 1-for-1, it's not going to work out, but in the meantime, bot side, they're duking out just a little bit here.
Yeah, and I think Meech, may need to change Heimerdinger's W from micro rockets to macro rockets because they're dealing some serious damage right
Oh
now.
yeah. Yeah, you don't want to get hit by 5 rockets in the face. Let me tell you, it's just so demoralizing when you get stunned by the concussive grenade, and then 5 mini rockets just hits you. But the biggest thing when we take a look at what Frostar is doing, and this is what I talked about in the pregame, is this teleport usage. And you see there a lot of teleports getting used just for these defensive plays. It's making it work out. But Meech,
Cocoon misses his mark for the flash W in, and the quickness will be able to find
TP
one. Now
coming
the
in.
TPs are coming in. Scoop taking a lot of damage from the turret, and Meech will be able to solidify actually picking up the kill. Flag and Drag comes in, finds a knockup, and now the
Hero's
Hero's entrance
entrance.
will be layered on top. They're looking for the Pantheon Bowie to know where to go. They'll find a kill, as Uganda might be able to sneak out of this one. He's going to get spotted, and he will get taken out in time as Bokkers picks up the kill. 6 kills to 2 to the
Oh
side of
man.
Frostora.
I talk about teleport usage. I talk about their blocking plays. That is basically what happened for Frostor. They got no kills on the side of Lucky Esports. They got nothing. It's 2-6, and this is where everything works out. Actually, they got 1 kill off of Niche, right? But Frostor, they get the rest. They get 4 of them off of that, and that means that they're able to pick it up. It's approaching 15 minutes, and right now, you have your Pantheon Bow Eater is sitting 0-2 right now in the game here, solidified. Of course, he's down 46, but this man is 3-1 now. And this is where it's working out so well for Frostar, because knowing they're getting plates on the bottom side, knowing that they're just surviving the early game of the onslaught of what Lucky Esports wants to do, it's slowly leading into the favor of Frostar, because if these defensive plays keeps on working out throughout the series, it's going to be good for them.
Yeah, Flag and Drag will be sidestepped by the Grand Entrance, but that is the second Elemental Drake of the game, going to the side of Frost Aura, an Infernal and an Ocean, and we do have a Cloud Soul on the Rift.
Clouds are actually going to be so good for both these teams, just because a lot of these ultimates are going to be pretty big in these team fights here. Heroes entrance, of course, Senna ultimate, these globals, and even the Cataclysm. So got to watch out to see which team wants to prioritize that 10% ultimate cooldown reduction. For me, if Frostar picks it up, that means that a lot of these defensive plays is going to be happening a lot more as well. So have to be careful. In the meantime, though, it's still laning phase. Not a lot of plates being taken here. Only 4 plates in the favor of that, but Rift Herald started up for Frostora.
Yeah, the Rift Herald has been started up. Hunter is here. It's a 3v2 as a Realm Orber coming in. Cataclysm on Dukem. A lot of damage as the Dawning Shadow comes through. Repel over to the Blast Cone, and a Shelly will get picked up by Frostora. But this is very aggressive. Actually, wait, no. It is just the Shape Splitter of always.
Yeah, another defensive play, another offense play off of Frostar. Making sure they're able to contest that Rift Herald, making sure they're able to stop Lucky from getting it. And this means that they get this Rift Herald used in the mid lane. If they're able to take it down, it's going to be very good. But the biggest thing is that these plays are going to be taken before 14 minutes, and that means that Frostar is going to get a little bit more gold in their pockets, and that's where it becomes even better for them. So Lucky Esports, they're going to have to find a way back in this game, find a way to start getting your early game engines, your Elise, your Pantheon going, because if you don't, that means that you're going to have to wait out for your late game insurances off of Scooped and off of Always Plan Ahead to win you these team fights. And if that happens, it's not going to look pretty. But on the bottom side,
Featherstorm misses his mark, but the Blade Caller will not. The damage coming through on to Meek, the Grand Entrance, will secure the kill. As in the mid lane, Always Plan Ahead takes a bit of a damage, but it will just be 1 kill for nothing towards the side of Lucky Esports.
Yeah, a little bit aggressive off Meech here. Unfortunately, getting caught out by Ugandan royalty with that grand entrant, with that quickness here, and so that's where it gets. That's where some life is showing from Lucky Esports. Getting that kill is very good. Only thing is that it actually went over to Ugandan royalty, which means that he's going to be the one holding on to that gold, and that's where you don't want the gold to be. We need Scoop to have that kind of gold, and we need him to be that mid-game carry that they desperately need approaching the 20-minute mark. And if he's not going to be able to get that 2-item spike approaching at that time, it's going to be tough for Lucky.
Yeah, and I actually want to go back to the fact that we do have the Cloud Soul on the Rift, because if that works for any champion, it works for a Rakan. That movement speed buff, it essentially just gives you your Shurelias without having to buy Shurelias.
Easily. And that's the thing, if you're able to use that opening, if Uganda Royalty is able to find these playmaking ultimates with the quickness and the grand entrance, it's working out. But the root comes in.
Ugandan not able to get the grand entrance off before that CC comes through, but he's able to battle dance over to Scoop. 15 minutes into this game, 6 kills to 3 in favor of Frost Aura and a 1k gold advantage. This game is not one for either side just yet, far from it. As we've seen the Cocoon landing onto Elmo in the bottom side jungle, and here we go. The Grand Starfall comes in, the damage comes out. Hero's entrance will be layered on top as the Pop Blossom comes through, but that's a 3-man knock. Scoop finds the kill though, and now they look towards Hunter. Bower Eater very low, will get taken down, always find ahead with a close, but it's too early, and Pockers will find their kill. Ken running for his life, the Scoop sitting on the ward, Flag and Drag comes in, and that's going to be the Zaya down. Double kill coming through from Pockers as Frostora find more.
Yeah, another aggressive play from Lucky Esports, getting stuffed here. 3 of them dying, and then only Elmo risking his life to make sure that that backline isn't able to output the damage onto everyone else. And Elmo sacrificing his life. He's the unsung hero in that fight here, making sure he's able to zone off 3 of the backline damage deals. And you can see what happens here. 3 of them go down. They're able to pick up this mid turret as well. And this means that they're going to have even more gold approaching this next Cloud Trade in the next 20 seconds.
And I actually want to highlight something when we take a look at the goal difference, because, you know, while we were off air, we were talking about, you know, solidified with the Conqueror or the Phase Rush. And of course, you know, how important it would be for him to come out of this lane alive. He's even, in fact, ahead in gold over Bow Eater, and the whole drafting idea from Lucky to focus in this top lane to force Solidified back is not working, but the taunt coming through in the jungle, a lot of damage onto Ken, who's going to get taken down. The charm lands onto Elmo, but there's going to be nothing that Lucky can do as Bow Eater finds their kill. Lucky are forced to retreat as that's another kill that's going to be coming out. Bow Eater nowhere to go. He's looking for some damage onto Meech, but he will get taken down. Hunter though on the chase, looking for always plan ahead, but will decide against it. And now Frostora, they will be looking for their 3rd Drake of the game.
Yeah, man, another Cloud Drake in favor of Frostora, and this is what I tell when we talk about Frostora. Elmo being the sacrificial pawn to make sure 3 members go down again, and that's what occurs. They get 3 more kills in trade of Elmo, and this means their gold is starting to balloon out of control. 4K gold in favor of Frostora before 20 minutes. That is huge. When we look at Pantheon, when we look at Elise, they need that gold cushion to make sure that they're able to play past 20 minutes, and because of that gold cushion not working out, Bow Eater, he's not going to be looking too strong here in this matchup, especially approaching Baron here, because all he's going to be doing is just being a frontline for him, but not going to be able to take a kill.
Yeah, and we know how easily it is possible for a Pantheon to fall off. 1 and 4 at the minute, hasn't even been able to complete his first item of the game. Things are starting to look dire for not for Frostora, pardon me, for Lucky Esports. I was just saying a couple of minutes ago, you know, this game is not over just yet. There's still a long way to go. 2 minutes later, and now I'm thinking Frostora have this one pretty much in the bag.
Yeah. At the end of the day, though, when we take a look at these teams, right, this is basically just a pretty general way of seeing what happened in draft, right? You have Lucky having an early game plan, having the aggressive team composition before 20 minutes, and on the other side, you have Frostar with a defensive composition that works well past the 20-minute mark. And this is where we take a look at how these teams operate, right? Because when you have an aggressive team composition versus a defensive composition, the aggressive team composition has to execute pretty much near perfectly based on what they want to do. The dive didn't work on the top side. They try to make another aggressive play, it gets stuffed. And this is where when we look at Lucky Esports and the composition, it's mainly just based on execution. Because here's the thing: if in a different scenario, if this works out, it would be looking good. Because now on the bot side,
the bottom lane, a lot of turret damage onto the Elise. The TP will get channeled through, but Kenva has nowhere to go, and Solidified will find the kill. Another gank gone wrong for Lucky Esports.
Yeah, they're just looking for all these aggressive plays because that's what they have to do. If this game keeps on stalling out, they're going to be looking tough. But here comes the hero's entrance.
The hero's entrance will come through, but Scooped and Ugandan Royalty very sensibly decide to back up.
Yeah, and this is what you're going to have to do as Lucky. You're going to have to look for these desperate plays because you know your composition doesn't work here. But Solidified and always plan ahead, just going to be duking you out. But if they're not going to get any kills, if they're not going to get any objectives, it's going to be tough because right now that second Rift Herald is now picked up in favor for Frostor, and now they are on the offensive. While Lucky Esports, they're going to have to see if they can duke it out and match up to Frostor and what they want to create.
Yeah, this is something else that I did want to bring up in the draft phase, but we didn't quite have the time because you highlighted how 2 TPs versus 3 TPs, Frostora, they have that advantage. But then you've also got a Realm Morph on top of that. You've got the Hero's Entrance as well, and all that Lucky Esports have is the Grand Starfall on Bowie.
Yeah, and this is where the Galio pick just made it work, right? When you see the entire composition here, that Galio is able to as they're able to handle it against the Nico. We know that Pantheon should be going on the top side because they want to punish the Rise. And with that global post 6, you're able to make a lot more defensive plays based on the enemy aggression. Right now, Frostar with the 5k gold lead, they're just gonna have their sights on this Baron without any vision from Lucky. And this Baron, pretty sure, is just gonna be going over them. As you can see here, Solidify, he's gonna be TPing just to make sure this Baron is gonna be going over in the favor of them.
No vision at all for Lucky Esports, and Frostora will pick it up without even a question mark ping coming through by Lucky. Baron, 2 Rift Heralds, 3 Drakes as well, and potentially a 4th one if they can secure this Cloud Drake that will be spawning in a minute's time.
Yeah, you can see here that Lucky, though, they are on the offensive. They are looking here. You see all 4 of them already corralled around the middle tier 1, but unfortunately, they know that Frostor is a little bit too strong, so they're going to be looking just to have some dragon control as, you know, the 3rd Cloud Drake is coming up in the next minute. But keep in mind, ultimates are coming up for Frostar. The Hero's entrance is coming up along with Meech's ultimate as well. So going to see what happens around this river.
Oh, the CC will land onto Kenvin, the Dawning Shadow as well. Oh, what is that damage? Pokers finds the kill so quickly.
All right, Milky. I know that you told me that you hated this champion, right? Maybe that's why you hate him, because this champion is a support that can build all this damage and still heal his teammates and make it work. But on the meantime,
we're gonna have to hold on to that thought as the Pantheon goes in, the Cataclysm are down as
Meech goes down.
Will come through. As you mentioned, Meech will indeed go down, as we'll always plan ahead. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Flag and Drag comes through. Scoop looking to somehow get out of this. Will be able to take the blast cone to safety, but at what cost? Because Frostora are still pushing in the mid lane. They pick up the inhibitor turret, and now they will look for the inhibitor as well. And, well, at the moment, Hunter is not allowing Scoop any chance to backflash in with a grand entrance as well. Justice punch forward, they find a taunt, looking for Bow Eater now, as the CC not going to be able to find his mark. The Cocoon will, though. Bow Eater getting taken down pretty low, but he will shield ball away to a minion to safety.
Yeah, you can see there that Bow Eater, they make a desperate play around their mid-tier 2, and unfortunately it cost them that middle inhibitor. And this is what I told you about these compositions. An offensive composition versus a defensive composition, but if you don't execute on that offensive, on your offensive champions and on that offensive play, what's going to happen? You're going to be behind this much gold and behind this many dragons, because right now they've already taken all 4 of the dragons. Elder Drake's going to be spawning relatively soon here, and you see here that Solidified, he's pretty much online now with that Rod of Ages, approaching his levels here, already at level 12, and that's where it gets tough. You know, there's a big level discrepancy in the jungle here, some discrepancy in regards to the AD carry in the mid, but another one is the support. You see Pokus 2 levels ahead of Ugandan Royalty, and this is where if I am Lucky Esports, I take a look back at the drawing board. How do I focus on draft? Do I focus on that early game aggression again and work on that execution, or 2, do I just match what Frostar wants to do, play that scaling game, play that defensive composition, wait until that 20-minute mark until your composition's online, and take it there? And that's what you're going to have to think about when you're Lucky, because right now this game is pretty tough, unless if Frostar throws a mistake.
And Pocus now has 81 stacks as well. On top of the 2 items that he already has, there's a Cataclysm coming down. Pop Blossom will come through, but won't buy enough. Meech finds the kill, and now they look for Ugandan Royalty under turret. The quickness will come through and will keep him alive. Unfortunately, will not be keeping this inner turret alive, which will fall as the super minions pushing through in the mid lane. Frostora grouping up as a 5, looking for the inner turret. Hunter goes in, and here comes the Hero's entrance on top, as you mentioned. The Dawning Shadow coming through. The Taunt will land onto the ADC, and that's going to be scooped falling. Elmo steps forward. Elmo finds the Taunt. Bow Eater will get taken down as Pocus goes godlike. Solidified will get taken out and executed under the fountain, but that is a no... has no effect on Frostora as they pick up the first Nexus turret. They'll look for the second Nexus turret. There's nothing to stand in their way. Always Plan Ahead will flash forward, looks to try to find something grand entrance in. Meech flashes out. Always Plan Ahead will get taken down. Pocus will fall, but so will the Nexus as Frostora take game 1.
Oh man, we talk about Frostor and their tenacity to make sure they're able to pull the triggers, right? They were pulling triggers, but they were definitely making sure they were pulling triggers to make sure their teammates were alive. We saw that early game of those teleports getting used on defensive plays. We saw them making sure they're bailing out their other teammates because of the early game aggression of what like Esports has. And you saw what happens, man, when you draft an early game composition and you don't execute against a late game composition. This is what occurs: a quick defeat 25 minutes in. And always plan ahead. You wrote in lobby that this is going to have us casters make plans to end this because this is going to be a clean 3-0. I'm not too sure anymore, because if this is a 3-0, you don't want Frostar to have that 3-0, my man.
No, you most certainly don't. And actually, I want to take a look at the damage, because that's a lot of damage from a certain support here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you said you hated it. Maybe this is
okay.
why.
I will go over this at some point, because I could talk for about an hour. I could give an hour-long seminar on why Senna is atrocious. But at the moment, all I can do is praise, because that is a lot of a damage. Yeah.
Yeah, 17K out from the support. And this is where it gets tough here. When we take a look at damage to turrets, let me go and pull up that stat real quick as well. Total damage to turrets, and yeah, you see there, barely anyone on Lucky did any damage, and everywhere else, we look at Frostar, all of them did so much damage to the turrets here. 5K from Pocus, 5.7 from Elmo, and on the meantime, Lucky Esports, they're down a lot. So Lucky Esports, get back to the drawing board, focus on what you want to do. If you want to pull off that execution from the early game, then make it cleaner. Or if not that, make sure the draft is oriented so you can execute that a lot easier. And or if not that, take it to the 20-minute mark. Play that late game composition against Frostar, because if you make that work and you're able to duke out those 40-minute fights, that could be the way to win the series.
Indeed, it could. Frostor, they survived the early game pretty well, and they come out with a dominating victory in game one. We're going to be heading over to a short break, but we will be right back for picks and bans for game two between Lucky Esports and Frostor. coming into today, Lucky Esports had not lost a single game, let alone a series. Frostora have most certainly changed that. They picked up a game one. Chilling what we talked about, a couple of things that Lucky might need to do differently heading into the draft. Do you think, though, that they need to focus towards the top side again and look for that early game, or should they go to a more late game?
When we look at these two teams, honestly, these two teams are pretty well balanced when it comes across the board, right? The biggest thing is their champion pools. So if they want to focus on the top side, by all means, as long as you're drafting towards that style. It's not really necessary if my player's better than yours, because if it is, then it would work out. The biggest thing, especially at this level in the Premier League, is about what you're drafting and how does that interact with the opponent's draft, right? If you're drafting towards that bottom side, then great, put pressure on that bottom side and play towards it, or vice versa. So for Lucky, that's just basically the question. Are you going to play that early game centered composition, or are you going to go back and play a little bit of that team fight 30-minute, 40-minute kind of composition against Frostar, which Frostar, they're perfectly comfortable doing.
And I actually want to go back to what you just said there because you mentioned it's about the draft, but I want to go a little bit deeper than that because it's more about the execution of the draft. I feel because the draft wasn't necessarily bad from Lucky Esports in
No,
game
not at
one,
all. Yeah.
but the execution when everything went downhill after that first gank in the top lane from Kevin. Bowita went too aggressive, gave away the first blood to the Rise, and then despite him having, like 5 times the amount of CS as Solidified was able to roam around and be effective everywhere else on the map.
Yeah. And that's where we do talk about execution. It's just tough because you're setting up that 330 dive, pretty much clear cut, but unfortunately, you stick around. They already placed that preliminary ward, so they know that you're scouting out for that dive. And then from there, Hunter gets the adequate time to just respond to that. And in the meantime, Elmo gets that mid priority so that he can TP safely as well to make sure that defensive play works out as optimally as it can. That's what happened. So next time, if you're going to be setting that up, then you're going to have to set those dives up a little bit cleaner, set up the time frame so you guys are able to do those kind of optimize aggressive plays. Because if you're not, then and those plays crumble, it's going to cost you.
Let's see how Frost, Aura, and Lucky Esports want to change things around as we make our way into picks and bans for game 2. The Aurelian Soul once again getting banned away by the side of Frost Aura.
Yeah, always plan ahead. Loves this Aurelian Soul. It's a big one. I won't say a one trigger, big champion in his pool. It's not a lot that teams have comfortability playing against it, knowing that it gets priority level 1, is able to move around the map. But the biggest thing in this draft right now is that Lucky, they ban away that Senna away from Frostar, and because of that, Cassiopeia is up, and Elmo loves this champion. He played it last week as well when it comes to the comfortability of him, able to take on these one-on-ones as well. So Lucky, they're going to have to see if they can find a response against this Cassiopeia.
Yeah, and we saw that Rise coming through with the Conqueror. Cassiopeia, the other mage that can really abuse that as well. Ooh. And it looks like the Tilia's going to come through. I haven't seen that rock weaving mage in quite a while.
Oh yeah, we don't really see it a lot in the mid lane or in the jungle, but I'm just trying to see who would want to play, because right now, if you think about Talia and how fast she can jungle right now, especially with these camps here, it actually works out pretty well in her favor. She can clear out these camps relatively safely. Blue side start is really good for her, knowing that she could just get 3 of those camps on the bottom side and get to level 2 as fast as she can. She's also able to move around the map here, so definitely, putting their eggs in the basket on this Talia pick. I don't really see both of them playing it, but if it works out, then it does. The one thing I would say, the Lucky taking away Ezreal from Meech here, knowing that Meech that's one of his most comfortable champions throughout the Upsurge Premier League. But Frostar, they're going to be playing for that late game, like I said, taking both mages who wants to wait until the 25, 30-minute mark with double conquerors, and now Lucky. You got to see what they can do, because I'm not too sure if they can match that scaling with their composition so far.
I also want to bring up the very slight possibility, but I feel it is there, that one of these mages are going into an APC role.
Maybe not. I'm not too sure. Honestly. Well, actually, we could. I'm not too sure if Meech is actually very comfortable in Cassiopeia or Rise. it's definitely something off the books because we know that Elmo loves Cassiopeia. Solidified enjoys the Rise as well. If it does, then it could work out. But Lucky, pick up that Lee Sin. We know that Kevin likes playing that champion as well. So getting his comfortable champion right there. In the meantime, though, Heimerdinger off the bat. And you can see here Lucky getting rid of it immediately.
Yeah, Lucky coming through with a couple of respect bans the Senna and the Heimerdinger, as they do ban the Zai away from Frostora, despite them being the ones who picked that up into game 1. We'll have to see what their final ban is going to be. It's going to be the Nautilus, and the likes of the Kaiser is still available as of now. We also saw that Ash getting banned away in game 1, and that's still open as well.
Yeah, however, Frostar, this is one thing we talked about last time in the first draft. Meech, his pool isn't that big here, knowing that his most comfortable AD carry is now on the side of Lucky. Zaya is gone, and Heimerdinger is gone as well. We don't really see Meech on Kaisa, and if you are, then yes, you're gonna have to see if he pulls it out. Have seen some games on him with Sivir, but in the meantime, Lucky gonna be playing that Aatrox into that Rise, and that's where that matchup's pretty damn volatile. Aatrox can get the kill going as long as he gets some gank assistance, but if Rise is just able to sit there and farm all day, then Rise is able to just kind of make away with Lucky. Frostar, though, locking in bars for Meech in the AD carry role.
Yeah, the Varus is going to get locked in, and let's see what they will take. It's not going to be the Tom Kent. The Morgana will get picked up for focus. I was actually considering maybe if we'd see the Caitlyn Morgana coming through, as Caitlyn was open, but Frostora decide against it, and we'll have, I guess, a little bit more poke with the Varus come later on in the game.
Yeah, I'm surprised Frostar actually opted into the Morgana on the bottom side. Of course, it's a fine pick, but the biggest thing when we look at Frostar's composition is that, all these lanes are pretty volatile here. If one of these lanes just die once or twice in the early game, that means that lane's pretty much going to be gone. So Frostar basically just saying to Lucky, hey, we can take you to the laning phase. We can understand where your jungle is going to be pathing and what you want to do here, and making sure Hunter can block these plays. But if Frostar is unable to hold out on Kevin with Lee Sin throwing out these ganks on these very vulnerable lanes, then Frostar could be hampered approaching the 20 minutes. As you can see here, that Lucky locking in Lux for Ugandan royalty, and now on the bottom side, it's a difficult 2v2 that could come out. Very 2v2 centric. Same thing with the mid and top side as well. These games can just be very crazy depending on how these lanes turn out.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the Aatrox into the Rise is a pretty volatile matchup, but the same can definitely be said in this bot lane. Again, if Morgana can land that Dark Binding onto Lux, very squishy target, and a lot of damage would be coming through very, very quickly for Storm.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting though, but Lucky, hopefully they can pull off that early game execution. Hopefully they can take it to him in the laning phase, because if it does, then that'd be very good.
Will indeed be. But let's take a focus at the jungle matchup once again. J4 into Lee Sin. Where do we expect to see both junglers prioritizing and using their team's resources?
Yeah. One thing I do want to talk about Milky is that, when we look at Kevin, he's on his most comfortable champion in the jungle. If he's able to make this impact in the early game, he's actually can get his team swinging in the early phases. If you get that Lux ahead, if you get Talia ahead, that means that your Talia is able to roam and impact the map and tackle these very vulnerable lanes on the side. Varus Morgana aren't able to handle Talia roams. Rise as well shouldn't be able to handle Talia roams as well, depending on if CC lands while he's in roam warp. So, Lucky, I definitely like their kind of game plan, trusting in their pocket picks, trusting in what they can do around the map, and always plan ahead. He plays Aurelion Sol. He knows how to play the global game, so giving him a champion that he's allowed to impact the map works out for him as well.
Yeah, and I want to go back to this Lucky Esports, the general composition. As you mentioned, they're going towards these comfort picks, but the draft, this isn't a team fight composition. We are going to look to find picks, and then we're going to throw down a fair bit of damage.
Yeah, both teams very pick oriented, very, very focused on, finding these one little things, outputting as much damage as you can, because there's not a lot of frontline. The only one who is, you could say, frontline is Frostora's Jarvan the Fourth in Hunter, and that's pretty much it. When we look at Lucky, they don't have any frontline. They're just going to look to scrap it out. So expect a very bloody game from 0 minutes all the way to the end.
Let's take a look at the mid lane as well. Elmo into Always Plan Ahead, because that matchup was, I guess, somewhat even in game 1. How do we see it going though here in game?
Yeah, so when we take a look at Cassiopeia versus Talia, of course you have that Conqueror Cassio. Talia can definitely hold her own in the first couple stages of it, but the biggest thing is that if Cassio manages to land one Q onto Talia, you know that those twin fangs are going to be coming out, and Talia definitely has a hard time dealing with it. But knowing that it's Conqueror, and knowing that Cassio doesn't have that much move speed anymore compared to Phase Rush, Always Plan Ahead should be able to, see if he can react and see if he can set up the W into the E and, have a little bit of burst damage. But if not, that means Elmo could run away with this matchup, and that's where it can get tough. These matchups are just so volatile, Milky.
Now, I want to highlight these Summoner spells, because in game 1, we saw Frostor taking 3 teleports. Just 2 teleports this time, as they will be taking the heal on Meat. Lucky Esports, 2 teleports themselves going for the Ignite. Always Plan Ahead still in.
Yeah, and I like this decision from Frostor on the bottom side, Meech running that heal and focus on the Ignite, because they know that this game is going to be very volatile. They want to see if they can get that early gold as soon as they can. And of course, Always Plan Ahead also running that Ignite as well. So you see here that these teams, they know that they want to try and take it to the laning phase and see if they can win, because if they do, then the game becomes just a lot easier, because these teams, very volatile compositions, both teams could just crumble if something were to crack. And the biggest question is which jungler or which team can find that kink in the armor.
We're going to take a few moments of your time to bring you a message from our sponsors over at Midwest Esports. Midwest Esports have been around for many years, starting as a small student group out of Wichita State University. Since then, Midwest Esports has grown to be a veteran organizer of tournaments and events throughout the US. They host tournaments for games like League of Legends, Rocket League, as well as Overwatch. For more information, check them out at midwestesports.com. We're going to be heading into a short break, though, and we'll be right back for Game 2 between Lucky Esports and Frostora. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for game 2 of the night. The Upsurge Premier League semi-finals. Frostora over on the blue side, Lucky Esports on the red side. And Frostora have already picked up game 1 against what was an undefeated Lucky Esports. But Lucky Esports looking to bounce back with a 5-man stat coming through on the top side.
Yeah, they wanted to see if they can get a little cheeky kill, or if not, they get some invade here and get some vision, but fortunately gonna get snuffed out. So Lucky Esports, they're not gonna find anything. But the biggest thing though, when we talk about Lucky, is what Kevin can do in this jungle. This is an early game composition, like I said. Frostar, they can still play the slow game because they do outscale. And if that happens, of course, Frostar is able to make it work. But Lucky, they're opting into that early game plan again. So it's gonna be on Kevin if he can find any early game advantages.
I do apologize in advance, but Lucky Esports, they look for the 5-man stack, but they just weren't quite lucky.
Yeah, not lucky enough.
Sorry.
Man, when you're blessing RNG, it's not going to work out. Just depend on your own skill. That's what you got to do.
Now, both junglers will be starting on their red buffs as a light binding narrowly misses Elmo on the Cassiopeia. And Kevin will be solo clearing on the red buff. So Hunter should be able to get around and get to that level 3 a little bit sooner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely see here that when it comes to Hunter, starting on the bottom side, getting a better leash. But the biggest thing is that when we look at Lucky here, they put on both wards just to see where Hunter is. Because if you're able to change up your pathing on Kevin, if you're able to just kind of make it so that Hunter is not on the same side as you when you're going for these ganks, and these defensive plays are going to not work out for Frostar. And that's a good, smart move from Lucky. The biggest thing is that can Kevin use that to his advantage? Because if it doesn't and it doesn't work out, or if Hunter gets a good read on him, that's where it can get kind of tough.
I want to go back to Ugandan royalty because we hyped up this Talia as something. Oh, we haven't seen Talia in a while, but we haven't seen Lux support in a while since Aftershock Lux was a thing a few months.
Yeah. The funny thing is that I talked to Dean a lot. He's one who you could say almost pioneered the Lux support in high elo, and it still works out pretty well. We just haven't seen a lot of Aftershock because the thing is that when we look at Dean plays his Lux very differently. Aftershock, of course, isn't as good right now. I'm surprised that he actually didn't want to opt into the Comet and look for those early game kills. So Uganda royalty, I'm not too sure if that's the best bet, because if you're able to win this 2v2, you can just kind of open the game up pretty fast.
I'm going to nod as a boomer and say, pretend that I know who Dean is.
Oh, yeah. High elo.
High elo, yeah. I mean, that says enough as the Dark Binding just missing its mark. The Light Binding will be snuffed out by the Black Shield. But as we hit the 3.5-minute mark, we will be having our Mountain Drake as our first Drake. And, well, Lucky Esports doing a good job so far in the bot lane, pushing that wave out in, so they should have priority for that first Drake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course, Earth Drake, if no one knows, increases your resistance by 5% on armor and magic resist. Definitely pretty important on both sides, knowing that both these teams are relatively squishy, so getting just that additional magic resist and armor could easily help out. And you can see here that Kevin and Scoop to them, they are looking to push out Hunter away from this bottom scuttle here, and that means that both scuttles going to be in favor for Kevin, so definitely a win for them.
Yeah, and I remember saying that Hunter gets a leash, so he should be a little bit further ahead in terms of pathing over Kevin, but Kevin able to pick up both Scuttle Crabs so far. And as we mentioned, that should help them out ever so slightly in looking for that first Drake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. Your biggest thing, though, is I'm actually surprised at what's happening on the bottom side, because Scooped, with that Doran Shield, with Uganda Royalty playing that Lux, it has a pretty sizable CS lead right now. 11 CS here, basically 2 waves worth of gold in favor for him. So he's going to be looking pretty solid here. This is where I'm surprised, because Scoops, he's picking up double Doran's Blade, which I am heavily surprised about not opting to the tier. So I'm not too sure if Ezreals do go this. Maybe it's something new. Maybe it's something that I don't even know about. If it works out, great, but I want to see what Scoop's building here with that double D Blade.
I do want to mention something very weird that I've been seeing when I've been playing some games on the Rift is a lot of ADCs just stacking up loads and loads of Doran's Blades. I played one game where I had a Misfortune ADC who I think picked up 5 or 6. So strange times we live in at the moment.
Yeah, Misfortune, of course, is known as a lane bully, so that's why it turns out really well. But in the meantime, though, Solidify is going to get ganked.
Yeah, the flash out of the Infernal
Oh.
Chains, and the W almost finds his mark, but the Rune Prism will allow Solidify to get out of that.
Yeah, Seismic Shove gets sidestepped from Solidified, so it definitely makes it out with his life, but unfortunately doesn't have Flash. So expect Always Plan Ahead to come back in that lane. And the funny thing is that was actually caught off guard because he actually came straight from the base for that gank here, already buying Sorcerer's Shoes so that he can move around the map. So you can see here that when it approaches the 6 minute mark, 7 minute mark, all these times here, Always Plan Ahead and Kevin, they're going to be looking for a lot of plays on these side lanes. It's up to Frostar if they can read them.
I'm also keeping an eye out in this bot lane for the level 6 because Meech and Pokus have a really good engage if they can pull it off.
Yeah, Dragon getting
Drake
started
has
though.
been started up and the fight coming through. He's actually going to get stolen here by Kevin, who will pick up the other Drake.
Everyone's
Bit
here
of damage
though.
coming out. The Ignite as well, and the final auto will come through. Ugandan Royalty gets taken down as Meech picks up first blood.
Yeah, good steal from Kevin to lock that in, but at what cost? Because right now you have Meech with 1 kill, and I said this before, if you're giving these kind of gold leads back to the opponent, it doesn't really matter because you have the offensive composition. You're going to have to make it work, approaching 11-6 marks, so gonna see if it works out for him in the end, but scooped.
Dark Binding snipes down Scoop. He's going to take a fair bit of damage, but he will indeed survive. Going back to that play, though, Lucky Esports, they get the Drake, but they give up a kill. Is it worth it for them?
I'm not too sure right now. The biggest thing is that can they translate this Drake into the rest of them, right? Because that's where the first Drake becomes very good for them. When you're the defensive composition, it's a-okay to give up the first 2 Drakes. You have that Rise, you have that Cassiopeia. It's okay to just give up those first 2 Drakes depending on what it is. So the question is, are they able to snowball that? And when you give up first blood over to Meech, when Meech is able to kind of make a play on the map now, knowing that he's getting his items a little bit faster than usual, it can get pretty tough and it can go out of control.
As we hit 7.5 minute mark. Next Drake is going to be an Infernal, so we may be seeing that Cloud Soul coming through again as a Dark Binding. Sniped beautifully onto Ugandan as Piercing Arrow will come through on top as well.
Yeah, I don't know if Poke's been playing a lot of Overwatch, but it's looking like Widowmaker right now in the support role, man. Landing these Dark Bindings looking crazy. But of course, Kevin trying to see if they can scout out Hunter. And the biggest thing, though, I said this is going to be a bloody game, but honestly, not a lot of action so far from Kevin. This is pretty much a slow and steady kind of race. And if this game keeps on going like this, that means that one explosive team fight could result in the win.
Yeah, we saw in game 1 a lot of aggression in those early few minutes. This game has been much slower anyway so far. 1 kill at the moment on Frost Aura to nothing, and the gold is practically dead even. So we're getting nearer to that second Drake of the game, but I'm still looking towards Hunter and Kevin to see what they can pull off. And again, this bottom lane, when Meech and Pockets do hit 6, I am expecting to see a Hunter looking for the bot side plays.
Yeah, keep in mind, though, that Kevin has started up that Rift Herald, so that means that if it doesn't get snuffed out, they're going to be able to use that for those early game turret plates. And you can see here, no vision around Kevin. Hunter is on the bottom side, so this Rift Herald should be going for free in favor of Lucky Esports, which means that should be able to snowball a lane just a little bit here. And that means that, a good victory over to Lucky.
A lot of damage out onto Pockets very quickly, and they will actually spot out Hunter as well. As Meech has now hit level 6, but as you mentioned, in the top side, potential gank, but the TP will come through. Worldender has already been burnt, but Solidified is super low. The TP is being cancelled. Kevin picks up the kill, and in the mid lane, Elmo trying to find the damage onto Always Plan Ahead. The flash forward Hunter will be looking for the way in, but he doesn't have the Cataclysm available just yet. Has to wait for the flag and drag. Will land the Dragon Strike, but won't be able to find them.
Yeah, good communication coming in from Lucky here, knowing that they're going to make a topside play. Elmo doesn't respect that he's in range of that seismic shove from Always Plan Ahead, and you can see here Elmo's TP gets stuffed, and that means that they're able to pick up a kill on the top side. Kevin picking it up for him as well, which means that he's able to move around the map just a little bit more and have a little bit more agency overall. So good play over to Lucky here, and Always Plan Ahead making sure he got out of dodge from Hunter.
Yeah, return kill. You mentioned going over to Kevin, and that Rift Herald did get picked up by Kevin, so he can look to drop that around as my screen has decided to have some fun and freeze.
Yeah, same here actually. I'm still okay. That
Okay.
was
We're back.
I-
Oh, and we're gone. Okay.
all right. All
Don't
good.
quite know what's going on.
All good. We all stopped. Yeah, we all stuttered.
Yep.
So no big deal though, because right now, as long as we're on the same time, it's all good. As you can see here, that Scooped finally picks up that tier with that double Doran's blade, which again, I'm still surprised that he's going it. But if it's still
Okay.
kind of just moving on the same trajectory, then it can work out.
I just want to add for you as well, Chilling. It's a double Doran's blade and a Doran's shield as well.
Yeah, man. He
Um,
just needs a Doran's ring now to complete the collection.
exactly. 3 Dorans to rule them all.
Exactly. That's what you have to do. If the first person builds the 3 Dorans and one person pretty much wins the game. No question.
Yeah. There we go. You say that. You may
Yeah, I
have to
say
eat your
that.
words at some point. Maybe that's going to become a meta.
I don't know, man.
Who knows?
Hey, man,
knows?
if Scoops wants to kind of take that, just build a Doran's ring, win the game, and right there, I have 100%, accuracy on regards to that Doran's.
Yeah. I feel like there should be a 4th Doran's item. However, the Inferno has been started up, and a
Oh,
Frostor will pick that up as a seismic shove comes through, but the Dark Binding will land, and Pockets finds the kill onto the Talia.
yeah, great petrifying gaze from Elmo with that quick turnaround. So getting that Inferno is actually going to be helping out a lot more. Basically, just mitigates or just nullifies the Earth Drake of what Lucky picked up earlier, just knowing that they amplify all that damage and amplify resistance. So basically an even dragon overall. Getting that kill helps out Frostor a decent amount as well. So that's what we have to do. I'm just surprised that Lucky, unfortunately, hasn't been moving around the map as much as they could have. Knowing that you have a global mid laner with an ultimate, knowing that Kevin usually should be able to just outmaneuver the map with Lee Sin. So that's tough. But Elmo getting ganked on.
Sonic Wave will find his mark. The Resonating Strike comes through, but Kevin will be forced out of the one. However, take a look at the bot lane because Hunter has snuck in through the alcove into the lane bush. And it is most definitely control ward as another Sonic Wave finds its mark. The ward jump Resonating Strike. Kevin, clean as you like, picking up the kill.
Yeah, Elmo taking greedy back, but on the bottom side.
Flag and drag the flash out of as the final spark will come through. Meech will get taken down as it's a 1-for-1 trade. Soul Shackles will come in and the stopwatch as well. Scoop will get taken down, but Hunter will fall as it is overall a 2-for-2. Lucky Esports pushing in the mid lane and picking up some nice juicy turret play.
Oh man, what a big victory for Lucky here. Of course, Elmo takes a greedy reset in front of Kevin. Kevin snipes him with that Sonic Wave. On the bottom side, there's a reason why when you try and dive in Ezreal, he just kind of can get out of dodge with that Arcane Shift. That's what worked out well. Of course, Ujiana Rotate lands that snare under the turret, and Meech pretty much dies right there as well. And of course, Hunter going down at the end of it with that last turret shot. So overall, a big victory for Lucky Esports, and now they're able to just kind of control the map, give some plating gold over to Kevin, and always plan ahead. And now they're kind of sitting pretty with a little bit of that gold lead, 300 so far for them.
The saddest thing is as well that Meech has the heal available. I'm not sure if that just came off cooldown or if that was available during the turret dive. 4 kills to 4 though at the 13-minute mark and a slight gold advantage going over to the side, but the flash up forward, Meech looking for the play. The TP is getting channeled, but Scoop will get taken down. And now Bowita will turn up, but he's TPing into his doom, and that's going to be a second kill going over to Meech.
Yeah, Lucky Esports try to steal a playbook from Frostor using those TPs for defensive plays, but unfortunately, it's not going to work out. And because of that, Frostor, they have that aggression. They're going to be looking to continue this fight, Milky.
Yeah, the aggression will continue. The round mob coming in. However, Frostor, they tried this before and it did not work out. They will decide against it this time. However, Hunter will go in flying and drag. No way out this time for Ugandan as Hunter will get taken down. Elmo, though, with the Twin of Fangs, won't quite be able to find the kill. He'll get taken down as it is a 2-for-1 for the side of Lucky Esports at the end of that trade. But Frostor, they will pick up the first turret in the bot lane.
Yeah, unfortunately, Hunter did die in that dive overall. In the meantime, Elmo gets sniped out with the Arcane Barrage from Scooped, and because of that, that means that Lucky is able to take out that mid-tier 1 as a trade for Frostor's bottom, and at the end of the day, that's a big victory for Lucky, because that means that Always Plan Ahead is now able to maneuver around the map. They're able to access both quadrants of Frostor's jungle, and because of that, both sides, they're going to have to play pretty scared now, and that's where it can get tough.
Yeah, 4-1 from each of the Varus, and we talked about the scaling for Frost Aura this game, and once again, they're doing well coming out of the early game.
Of course, gold is pretty much even, but the biggest thing is that Frost Aura, they have this nasty, and you can see here they're getting on the top side.
The Flag and Drag comes in, they find the knock-up Infernal Chains, looking to turn it around, finding the damage onto Solidified with the Darking Blade, but it's not quite enough, and he will get overloaded down. Hunter picks up the kill.
Oh man, Elmo just getting picked off on the sidelines. Kevin has a read on this man, has a download of where Elmo wants to be, and because of that, this man's 0-3, and this is the victory for Lucky right now. They're picking on the most vulnerable person, and that's what they want to drive through. And in the meantime, both these teams, I said they're going to be swinging, we just didn't know when, and right now both teams are swinging pretty hard.
Yeah, and we saw Meech burning the chains of corruption. I'm not quite sure if he was going for always plan ahead or for Ugandan royalty. However, he wasn't able to find his mark. 8 kills to 7 at the minute, and the goal's pretty much dead even between the two teams.
Of course, Rift Herald has been started for Hunter. Of course, he's going to take it, and Ocean Drake is on the table here. Solidified doesn't have TP, so he's going to have to try and book his way there if they want to try and contest here, and this is where it can get kind of tough. Elmo, not only being sitting 0-3, Solidified hasn't turned on as of yet, and this is where, at this point in time, Lucky Esports, their composition's a lot better right now, and so Frostor, they have to decide what they want to do.
Hunter has picked up the second Rift Herald of the game. We'll have to see whether he does want to drop Kelly down mid now, as it is looking like Lucky Esports want to pick up their second Drake of the game, and the Rift Herald will be dropped, and it's going to be a trade of a turret for a Drake here. And the TP's getting channeled, Solidified, trying to sidestep everything, forced to flash away, as the True Shot Barrage won't be able to find its mark, but the final spark will. Weaver's Wall comes through, and potentially the chase from Lucky, but they will decide against it, as now they make their way to the top side of them.
Man, Frostar, they actually made a really good decision of opting into that mid-tier 1 trade with that Rift Herald. Unfortunately, they just got caught out. Hunter, going down as well, and unfortunately getting sniped from that final spark means that Lucky Esports are able to take advantage of this quadrant here. It would take out these outer-tier turrets. This is going to be the last one standing here, and that means that Lucky Esports, they're going to be able to play around the map with knowing that all outer turrets are out. And you can see here, Kevin, he just wants to see where Elmo is and see if he can get another kill on him.
I'm not gonna lie, we might be having to have some words with Lucky Esports, because they've been telling us to make our plans, cancel our plans, but I think we might have to be going back to making our plans, because Frost Aura are looking so strong.
Yeah, like I said, Milky, so much tenacity, so much grits under them, and that's one thing that they always have, and that's why they can take it to a lot of these better teams out here, a lot of these star-studded teams. And unfortunately, a pause is going to hit, but this is where I don't know if I want to even make plans right now. I'm just going to cancel them because I'm pretty sure this is going to go to a game 5, because both these players and rosters are just swinging at each other right now.
Oh, bold predictions, game 5. See, I'm more of the 3-0 kind of guy at the minute. I do feel that Frostor are playing this very well, although I feel that Lucky Esports are giving a much better answer to Frost than they did in game 1.
Yeah, hopefully, but I just want to see if Lucky can take it to a game 5. That's great, because it just shows that they have a lot of tenacity too. So that's just what has to happen.
And I'm interested to see just how well they can do, because we talked about Lucky, how well they have done to get here so far, undefeated, and let's see if they can continue that trend, at least in the series.
Yeah, of course. Here we're just gonna have a little bit of wait here, but yeah, and then we're gonna be getting right back in the action here. So, gonna see what happens here. Of course, 1K gold lead approaching 20 minutes, so definitely a big difference from game 1 here. Lucky showing us our true colors, and if they keep on playing like this, they could definitely take it.
8.5 minutes into the game, the Ocean Drake did get picked up by the side of Lucky Esports. They will be looking to pick up their third Drake, the second Ocean Drake of the game, in 3 minutes of time. However,
Yeah, but
Bowita looking aggressive, Infernal Chains won't be able to unlock Solidified down, and the pings are coming out in full force.
Of course, here, this is where if I'm looking at Lucky here, we have to turn on the aggression a little bit more, right? Because right now, Elmo and Solidified are just freely scaling here. And if you're not able to punish these guys on the side lanes, then that's where it can get really tough. So I want to see a little bit more aggression from Lucky. They did it pretty well so far. They stuffed a little bit of the aggression of what Frostar wanted to do so. But right now, they have to put the pedal to the metal and see if they can take advantage and see if they can crack open the tier 2s. Because if they're unable to crack open these tier 2s, that means it's going to be at a standstill. Frostar is allowed to scale up. And if that keeps on going, Frostar is going to look pretty scary when it comes to, the 30-minute mark.
I also want to bring up something which I'm personally finding somewhat interesting here, because always plan ahead. He's gone for the electric, so I would have thought he'd go for raw damage, but he's gone for that Hextech GLP as his first sight.
Oh yeah, interesting little change up here, going for that Hextech GLP. Maybe just wants to be utility when these fights do break out, slowing down Elmo, slowing down Solidified, knowing that they can easily just walk up, and of course slowing down Meech as well. So a different little change here. Always plan ahead, did itemize that electrocute for the early game to see if he can snowball, but of course didn't cost in. But Kevin finds a sonic wave and not gonna take it.
Yeah, no Lee Syndrome coming out just yet. Anyway, as Hunter will get collected by the light binding, as we are just seeing Lucky Esports throwing in a few spells into the River Brush.
And this is completely fine. Yeah. This is actually completely fine, Milky, because when we look at Frostar, right, they're just chilling here. As long as they're able to just make sure they're on the map, if Baron was to get taken or started, they're able to react accordingly. That's all they need, because right now, it looks like Lucky's kind of in a dazed state because they don't know what they really want to do, right? They're allowing Frostar to walk up, get some vision, get some control here, and that's not what you want to see if you're playing this kind of early aggression, because the longer this game goes, the longer you're giving Frostar a little bit of breathing room, they're going to take it by a mile.
Yeah. At the moment, Lucky going for that 1-4 split push with Bowita split pushing in the top lane. However, Baron is up, and we will be having the Ocean Drake up in 40 seconds, and Bowita is going to be backing and presumably making his way to the bottom side of it.
Yeah, mid-tier 1 also gets taken down as well for Frostar, so that means that they're now able to access more of the map of what Lucky Esports wants to do here. You can see here both teams are already trying to set up this dragon, and of course Elmo doesn't have that teleport, so he's gonna have to move relatively soon here. But now they have an action.
Oh, Chain of Corruption will come through, but so much tenacity from Kevin. Flag and Drag comes in. They're looking for Uganda, who will be forced to flash away. The Weaver's Wall will come out, and this will buy a little bit of a time for the side of Lucky, but Bowita is now here in the fight. Dark Binding is going to be able to find his mark. Yep. Infernal Chains come through his Flag and Drag. He's hit by the CC. Hunter will get taken down. The Ignite is ticking. Solidified will also fall, as will Ugandan. There's a 2-shot barrage, will fall slightly shy of its mark as, the Umbral dash, and that is going to be Pockers getting taken down. Kevin finds a kill, and it's going to be a double kill for Bowita as it is an ace for Lucky Esports, and now they'll look towards the Baron.
Yeah, Frostar are making a questionable fight there. You can see what happened. Meech and Solidified were on the bottom side of the map fighting a 2v3 on the top side. It was a 2v3 as well. But in favor of Frostar, the thing is when we take a look at that fight, Bowita was such a beast here. He was fighting against all three people, takes out Hunter, lives the fight as well, and takes out Pocus on the meantime, while Elmo doesn't have that much damage, unfortunately loses his life in the meantime, knowing that they killed off Meech and Solidified on the bottom side. So this is where Lucky is looking good. You can see here TPs are coming in to make sure this dragon is still theirs, and Lucky, they are ready to fight, and this is looking good for them.
Lucky are indeed ready to fight. They came out on top. They pick up Baron, and now they're looking for the Ocean as well. Flag and Drag coming in. Hunter looking to steal this one away, and indeed he will. And now Frostar need to make a quick getaway, but the Flag and Drag's not available. Hunter will get taken down. Bowita looking aggressive with the Umbral dash.
Oh, they want to keep on going.
Absolutely fantastic Dark Binding will hawk some what Kevin goes forward. He finds the Dragon Rage, kick the stop, which will come through. Pockets will be able to find the Soul Shackles, but they'll come through a little bit too late. Bowita very low. Man. Meech will get taken down, and that's another 4 kills for the side of Lucky Esports.
Yeah, when one pillar goes down, they know they push forward. And that's what I talked about when it comes to these compositions. These compositions can just fall so fast. If one person goes down, Hunter dies to steal for that dragon. What does that cost them? Everyone else's life. And now they're setting their sights on this mid-tier 2. And I'm not too sure what Frostera has, because they're going to have to survive this onslaught of what Lucky Esports is doing if they want to take this win.
One inner turret down in the mid lane, and now Lucky can look towards the inner turret in the top lane. Everything's starting to crumble for Frostera here. The goal was so even now, an 8k advantage to the side of Lucky Esports. You know, we're starting to see the members of the Lucky hitting those item power spikes, the Triforce and the Muramana picked up by Scoop. Always plan ahead now does have that Leandri's Torment as well, as Bow Eater has completed the Black Cleaver and the Death Star. But as we do hit that near the 25-minute mark, things are going to start getting that little bit trickier for Frostera now that they are falling behind. But what is their way back into this game here?
Oh man, I'm not too sure, Milky, because right now they just have to survive the aggression of what Lucky Esports want to do. It's 25 minutes. If you can wait out another 5, another 10 minutes, and see if you can stall out and turtle this game, it could look really well. But unfortunately, that Arcade Barrage is going to deter any sort of defensive play from Frostera. And now you know they're going to have to turtle in this space. And let's see for how long. If they turtle out well, they should be able to see if they can secure this game here while the Weaver Walls comes out and secure this turret.
The Weaver's Warlord does come through. Lucky Esports are looking to use that to get some turret damage through, but they won't quite be able to really get any damage out. Game 1, we saw Frostera. They picked a comp that we were expecting them to just try to snowball to a later stage in the game, but they ended up winning that early game. Now they do need to turtle, but there is so much poke here from Lucky, it's going to make it so difficult for them to use.
Yeah, and this is where the only criticism I have from Frostera is their support pick. Why lock in Morgana when you could have locked in Oz, when you could have locked in some sort of engaged pick here and see what you can do? Because if you were able to have these triggers, you're actually able to take some of these fights here, even with a slightly less of a gold deficit. And because of their composition, though, because all these champions need some sort of gold here, that's where their composition is starting to crumble. And if you don't have that gold, if you're not able to make that engine work, and this is what happens. And that's what the only criticism I had when it comes to Frostera.
But let's look at, you know, the kind of silver lining for Frostera, because Elmo scales super well. Solidified, it scales really well, as it does Meech. You know, is there a kind of a timestamp that we can put it down for when they might start to turn this game back around, just from the natural scaling alone?
You just gotta wait for that. You gotta wait for that 35-minute mark. Milk, you got to wait to see what happens. As long as nothing occurs, as long as they're getting that income from those waves, it could look well. But the thing is that when you're getting choked out like this, camps are spawning a lot faster. And if you're not taking those camps, that means that if I'm lucky, I should be taking those camps on spawn. More income on your end, more income to make sure that you're denying from Frostera. So that's their goal. If you want to try and see if you can choke them out, as you can see here, they're looking for some action.
Yeah, and I want to go back to that. You know, we kind of almost defined it as an int from Frostera to get that Drake, but I actually think that was a smart decision, even if they lost an ace again, because let's say that they hadn't done that and Lucky had picked up that Drake. In 30 seconds time, that would be an Ocean Soul going over to Lucky Esports, and Frostera would have almost no way against that. The flash comes out to deny the seismic shot. But going back to that point, you know, now Lucky Esports, they need to get 2 more Drakes. And it buys them that little bit more time to get to, as you mentioned, that kind of 35-minute mark where they could potentially start to turn the game around.
Yeah, you're definitely not wrong. If they get all 4 Drakes and the yellow Drake comes up and they get it, of course, it pretty much could just spell doom for Frostera. And you know, this all depends on what happens these next couple minutes, because this next Drake, Frostera, they're not in position to take it. This dragon should just be going over in favor for Lucky Esports. Another Ocean Drake in favor for them. But the biggest thing is this Baron. If Frostera is able to contest this Baron, if they're able to make sure that this Baron isn't taken away, that's the biggest part. If they're able to stall that Baron, make sure that, you know, Lucky doesn't get it, they should be able to be sitting pretty approaching the 35-minute mark.
The Lucky Esports do pick up their 3rd Drake of the game. 5 minutes until the next Drake, and it will be nearing that point where Frost Aura may have a chance to turn this game back around. But for now, I guess the game plan is sit tight and, well, hope for the best.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is looking like Helm's Deep right now in Lord of the Rings. Just waiting to see what happens and if you can hold out. If you can hold that wall and make sure it doesn't crumble.
I'm trying to remember that scene from Lord of the Rings now. I haven't actually watched the original trilogy in quite a while. I ended up watching the new trilogy in a while.
All right. So to paint you a scene, right? There's a big wall. What happens is that there's an orc that runs with a gigantic explosive into this little well, and then they blow up the wall, and then they have to fight for their lives.
Oh, that bit. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Come on.
That was a cool scene. Okay.
Come on, Milky. This is like childhood boomer movies, man. Come on.
Yeah, even a boomer knows these things. I mean, what am I? Like, there needs to be a new word for how much of a boomer I am. Flag and Drag comes in, they find the knockup, Chains of Corruption comes down, they're looking for Kevin, pardon me, as the Cataclysm will come through. It's a 1-4-0 so far. Frostora, do they feel lucky though? No, they're gonna back out of it as the health bars are low. Crucially though, they buy some time, and with Kevin down, I don't think Lucky can look for a potential Baron play. Frostora aren't done yet. They're stepping forward. They're looking for more. The Infernal Chains will come out, but as you mentioned, solidified super low. The Infernal, the Dark Blade comes through, but they're going to be able to find a Bow Eater regardless. Another 1-for-1 trade coming down. As you mentioned, Meech is still alive, and that is all that matters because he has so much damage, and now Frostora, they can look for the Baron themselves.
Oh, no, I'm not too sure about that. Milky Hunter is way too low. But let's talk about why that fight worked out so well for Frostar, right? This is what I talked about, that tenacity, the ability to pull that trigger. And Hunter, he found it onto Kevin. That means that dragon's going to get denied, and that Baron's going to get hauled for just a bit. But I don't know, man. Now Kevin's up. Oh, my God. Elmo, he's going to have to make a run for it. And in the meantime now, Lucky, now they have a little bit more agency on this dragon. Scoop is still pretty healthy here, but resets are coming in, and game's still at a standstill. It's getting scary though.
This cast has gone from me trying to bring up points and you analyzing it to you talking about stuff and me just making weird sound effects every time Elmo almost gets sniped down by an ability.
Yeah, man, gotta watch out. Scoop's already nailed like 2 snipes already, but Hunter, I don't like this decision, my man.
I just, there are those points, Sonic Wave so close, but honestly, there are points where I just don't want to say anything and just watch and just see what happens. Because I just feel that if I say anything, I'm going to ruin the majestic plays that are about to unfold. However, Seismic Shot fights as well. That is Elmo out. And now it's a 5v4. And we're already seeing Lucky Esports. They are at the Baron. They are looking to pick this one up. And Frost Aura will concede it. Baron Nashor goes over to Lucky, and that is the second Baron of the game. We've got an Ocean coming up in 1.5 minutes. But crucially, though, we're getting nearer to that point. Frostora, they're starting to look a little bit more alive. They're starting to have a bit more pizzazz in these fights and starting to answer Lucky Esports somewhat.
Yeah, however, Hunter unfortunately doesn't take that reset, gives up that Baron because he was at such a low health, and that gives Lucky the opening. And now you see the goal difference. Almost a 10k gold in favor for Lucky. And even though we talk about the scaling of Frost or, holding it out, making sure they don't crumble under the pressure, it's looking tough when you're down 10k ahead. And this means that you're going to have to stall even more, approaching that 40, maybe 45-minute mark to see if you can win these fights. And that's what's going to have to happen because this next Drake, I don't think you can contest it.
It will be very, very difficult to contest it. And then that is going to be the Ocean Soul going over to Lucky. Maybe if Frostora can find a way to steal the Elder. But again, that is over 5 minutes away. Lucky Esports, they are pushing in the bot lane. They have secured the final inner turret. And now they can look. Actually, they had secured that a while ago, but the Chains of Corruption will come through. They look at Bow Eater, but that's the Dragon Rage Kick, and they find the kill onto Hunter. Final Spark will come through, but Bow Eater will get taken down. Look at Meech. The arrows are flying. Meech, though, engaged in the turret. Meech will get taken down. That's the ace. Frostora, they try to put up a final stand, but it will be their final stand because the Lucky pick up the ace, and now they are looking for the base. 30 seconds are the death timers for Frostora. There is going to be nothing standing in Lucky Esports' way. They pick up the final Nexus turret and they will level up the scoreline 1 game apiece.
Oh man, they just want to see if they can pat their stats here. But in the meantime, Lucky Esports showing a lot of life from game one going to game two. Some big deciding fights that basically worked out to their way. The fight right before the Baron at the 24-minute mark. These are the things that we want to talk about because Lucky Esports, they kind of like the scrappy playstyle. And if this scrappy playstyle works, then why not just rinse and repeat? As when we take a look at Frostor, they kind of crumbled. The only thing I criticize when it comes to the draft is should that Morgana be something else? Should that Morgana be a source of engage? Because when you're looking at Frostor, they already have a pretty solid backline. You just need some more people to hold out. And unfortunately, Frostor, they're going to take this loss in game two.
Yeah, and when we take a look at this damage graph as well, it's a story about ADCs really here. And I do feel that it was a really well played game from Meech. But as you mentioned, the Morgana it doesn't do much against the Ezreal, against the Lux when there is this consistent poke coming down. And it didn't really provide the same amount of peel and disengage as maybe the Tahm Kench could have.
Of course, Meech did try to do his best. He did pump out a lot of damage. A lot of these fights, he wasn't really touched here because there are the other two targets when it comes to Solidified and Elmo. But when we take a look at these fights, Elmo only pumping out 11,000 here, while always playing. He pumped out 21,000 in these fights, and that's what we talk about when it comes to the setup and when it comes to these fights. They had a different front line. These fights could have been different.
Well, we did talk about whether Lucky Esports would be able to find a way back. They most certainly did. The score now tied 1 game apiece. We're going to be heading into a short break, and we'll be back game 3 between Lucky Esports and Frostora. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for game 3 of the night. As things are currently tied up between Lucky Esports and Frost. Lucky are back on the blue side, which is where they took the first game win. Chilling, what do you think we're going to be seeing this draft?
I'm not too sure because when we take a look at both those drafts, overall, a lot of them pretty much kind of changed their game style. Of course, Frostar, the only thing that stayed the same was that J4 and that Rise. Everything else is pretty much changed when it comes to their pool. Only we didn't see Talia. Leeson was banned. Aatrox wasn't pulled out in game one. So this is where drafts can just slowly change and slowly adapt based on what's happening. The biggest thing, though, is the Rise priority and the Cassio priority that Frostar is putting on, along with Senna. So knowing that Lucky is going to be on the blue side, are they going to value it? Are they going to get bend it away? Or if not that, do they value the Cassio and the Rise? These are the things that we have to bring up because Frostar is picking these champions that are very good this patch. And if Lucky can pull them off, if they don't, are we going to see those kind of bans as well?
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see whether we get new respect bans coming through, which means that some of those champs that got banned in game 2 and arguably as well in game 1 might start slipping through. I get the feeling that those standard bans, the Aurelion Sol, the Nunu, the Graves, will once again get banned away pretty early on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course, here, and that's where you just got to see what happens. Of course, Nunu is a champion that Hunter is super comfortable on. It's kind of like an Aurelion Sol where you just don't know how it impacts her on the map. It's very dependent on how good the person piloting it is, and that's why you see those two bans getting removed here. Always plan ahead's Aurelion Sol off the map, Nunu and Willem also off the map, so expect those two. The question is what's going to be coming after that, knowing that Lucky is going to be on the blue side, and we get to see what they want to prioritize on that first pick.
So we're going to be heading back into a break for a bit, as I believe one of the teams has requested a break. So we should be back in about minutes. So stay tuned, and we'll see you in a little bit. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The breaks are done, and it is the time to get ready to do some leaguing. Shitting Wok, are you nice and freshened up?
I am freshened up. I got my jug of water, got my cup of water. I'm ready, man. Staying refreshed.
Jug of water. I feel very jealous as I got way too lazy to fill up my bottle of water, so now I just have a bottle, and
Oh,
that's pretty useless. So I'm gonna throw that away. And
unfortunate.
let's get back to some analysis, some juicy analysis, because we've put a lot of focus on towards Kevin. We've put some focus on towards Hunter. Game 1, it was Hunter who came out on top. Game 2, it was Kevin who came out on top. How vital, how important do you think this jungle matchup is going to be for Game?
Oh yeah, it's going to be very important, honestly, because here's the thing: we saw Kevin on one of his most comfortable champions on that Lee Sin. Hunter, of course, was on that Jarvan 4, and that means that Kevin, just kind of made it work in the early game. Found some kills on the top side, was able to find a kill on Elmo around the mid with Elmo taking a greed back, and that's where it can get tough here. But when we approach draft here, you see the Senna being banned, you see the Heimerdinger being banned as well, and Frostar, of course, making sure that Cassio isn't a part of the game if Lucky values it. The biggest thing, of course, that we saw Xayah first picked on game 1 from Lucky. Just got to see what they want to first pick here. And there it is, the Ryze priority increasing in this set here, and Ryze going over for Lucky.
See, you mentioned the Ryze, you mentioned the Xayah, but the Graves is open, as is the Olaf as well. But I do want to look back towards the side of Frostora, because I actually think Meech has been their best performer this series so far, and I want to see emphasis towards him, and I think the Xayah pickup is really good as a result, as Lucky Esports are looking for the Caitlyn Morgana, and indeed they will lock that in as a counter to the Love Duo.
Oh man, I actually really like this matchup as Caitlyn Morgana. However, keep in mind that when you're playing Caitlyn Morgana, you're going to have to dump a lot of economy towards that bottom lane, right? Putting the attention around there, making sure they don't get ganked here. Because when we look at how Caitlyn functions, if Caitlyn just dies in lane once or twice, she basically just becomes nullified in that lane itself. So Lucky, of course, putting their bets on the table, going all in with this Caitlyn Morgana. So I got to see what Lucky wants to do when drafting around this bottom side.
And they pick up the Galio as well, and now let's see if Lucky will ban that J4 away, because Frostora have picked up the J4 for Hunter in games 1 and 2. I'm also interested to see what Lucky will pick going into this Galio. Maybe something nice with some AD scaling would be quite interesting to see, as they do already have the Ryze with that AP.
Yeah, of course, Lucky banning away 2 heavy dedicated split pushes on the top side, Camille and Fiora away from Solidified. He is known for that carry player, not really known for picking these bruisers or picking these tanks here. So Frostar are getting a little bit pinched, but like you said, that Jarvan 4 is still on the table. The question is, does Elmo want it? And looks like he doesn't, and wants to go for that Olaf to see if he can clear around and tackle the Caitlyn Morgana on the bottom side.
First time the Olaf isn't banned, it will be getting picked up, and Hunter will be on the Olaf. Let's see what Lucky want to pick up for themselves. It's looking like it's going to be a Kled, which I'm actually interested, because I don't think this is necessarily going to be a Kled in the top lane. As I mentioned, take a little bit of AD for somewhat of a counter matchup into this Galio.
Yeah, I just want to see where this Kled is. It could go mid. Always plan ahead. Is a fan of picking these global mid laners that you could just move around the map here. Of course, just got to see what they want to do. Kled can still impact the bottom side, knowing that he could just go on the reset, utilize that ultimate onto the bottom, help out that Caitlyn Morgana. So Lucky Esports right now, pretty solid draft. The only question is who's going mid and who's going top.
And of course, who will be the jungle? But it is going to be Gragas getting locked in against the Olaf. And now Frostora with the final pick for game 3. What do they want to be taking in the top lane? Seen an Aatrox come out. Maybe you could even see something along the lines of Vladimir as well. Yeah,
Frostar, of course, just want to see what they can run their composition off. It definitely shows here that Frostar is down to pick towards their side laners, but the biggest thing is that Solidified playing the Ornn. We don't really see it a lot. We don't really see Solidified playing the Ornn, of course, but this is definitely a change. You can see Frostar, they are dedicated playing towards that bottom side, and with Lucky Esports, they're also dedicated playing towards that bottom side. So with those statements being made, when we take a look at scalability, Lucky, of course, has the advantage. They have that Rise with that scaling factor, and Frostar, they only have basically one primary damage source off Xayah in the later stages. So Frostar, they're going to have to play the early game aggression, make sure their dives work, make sure they play their bottom side correctly, because if they don't and they fail on that bottom side play, you have no other lanes to play for.
Yeah, and I actually quite like the Ornn pick, because I feel like ever since we've hit the preseason with the changes to Conqueror, we're starting to see a lot more Ornn and Sion, which I guess most people will hate me for saying this, but I kind of like it to see a few tanks coming back through in the top lane.
Oh yeah, definitely, especially when true damage isn't a part of the Conqueror kit anymore. It just allows these tanks to shine just a little bit better here. So definitely don't mind Frostor's composition. The issue is that you only have one lane to play towards, and if that lane crumbles, that's where the composition can just fall.
But I feel the other interesting thing here for Frost Aura as well is that there is only one carry potential, right? Sure, you've got the Olaf early on, but after that point, you're not going to be looking towards the Olaf post 30 minutes. You're not going to be looking towards the Galio post 30 minutes. It's going to be all on the Xayah. Whereas when you look over towards Lucky, you've got a Ryze, you've got a Caitlyn, you've got a Kled. Even the Gragas, they can all do so much more in the later stages of the game.
Definitely. That's why I get pretty scared, right? That's why you're pretty scared to play against Lucky's composition, because they do have a lot of tools, but keep in mind they do have a lot of damage as well. However, when we look at Frostar, if their frontliners are able to hold the damage approaching 30 minutes, then it can work out in their favor. Of course, when it hits 40 minutes, that's where Ryze can pretty much just turn online, hit that damage point where it just becomes nigh unstoppable, because at that point, you only have one damage source to try and hit that Ryze, and you still have four other targets trying to ram you in the face, so it's just not going to work out if it gets to the later stages of the game for Frost Aura.
And exactly as you mentioned, you look at this composition and you're like, Frost Aura, okay, they need to do something early game. They have this Olaf, but I disagree with you somewhat in the sense that they have the Ornn, and when it comes to scaling, the Ornn just takes something that isn't as good late game and can just flip that around on its.
Of course, and that's what we have to watch, man. That's what we have to see. Are they able to pump out the damage only on Xayah approaching the later stage of the game, or can they close out the game in a very swift fashion with the abilities that they have approaching level 6?
And I think another effect of this is, it's not just, well, it is kind of, it comes down to, is she going to pump out the damage, but how is the team fights going to work? We talk about front to back team fights coming through, but you've got a Kled, you've got a Gragas, they're all going to be looking to try to get on this Xayah, who does have that Featherstorm as a little bit of peel, but aside from that, there is not that much.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So, gonna have to see when these fights approach those 20 minutes, but I definitely want to see if Lucky can play that defensive style in the early game. Are they able to block Frostor's aggression on the bottom side? Because in this jungle matchup, Gragas, of course, can farm pretty efficiently against Olaf, but we definitely know what happens if these two were to meet here. Olaf definitely takes it to the cake when it comes to Gragas and can definitely demolish this matchup. So if they are able to push Kevin out of the bottom side of the map, make sure they're able to set up the dives, it'll work out well for Frostar.
Chilling. It's Olaf top and Ornn jungle. It's only just.
Oh, is it?
It is, yeah.
Really? Oh, this actually changes a lot. We have to see though. 20 seconds.
20 seconds, right? Go on. Don't do it. No!
That's what I thought. All the way up to 0.
Okay.
Really? Okay.
Right, there you go.
All right, yeah.
So that means that they can change it back. They can change it back. Okay.
All right, so we have to make sure if they confirm, but more than likely they're going to have a gentleman's agreement. A lot of teams like to wait out for the 20 seconds to make sure anything works. And yep, thank God, because if it was Ornn jungle, it'd be pretty tough.
It would indeed. However, with that said, though, we're going to take you through a quick word from our sponsors over at Sector 6. Sector 6 Apparel is a leading esports apparel company providing on-demand printing for groups of all sizes. Sector 6 Apparel designs comfortable and stylish apparel for professional esports organizations and collegiate programs, as well as our very own Upsurge Esports. If you want premium esports clothing and would like to support us at the same time, head on over to Sector 6 Apparel at sector6apparel.com/collections/upsurge-esports. Once again, that's sector6apparel.com/collections/upsurge-esports. Check out Sector 6 apparel today and rep Upsurge Esports with your favorite team in style today. With that said and done, we're going to be heading into a short break. We'll be right back for Game 3 as Lucky Esports look to take the advantage for Sora. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as the champions have been summoned onto the Rift for Game 3 of the night. Lucky Esports back on the blue side, Frost Aura back on the red side. Lucky Esports picked up a Game 1 when they did have that first pick. But heading into game, Chilling Walk, we are noticing a bit of a lane swap coming out with Always Plan Ahead on the Kled in the mid lane.
Oh yeah, this is such a good swap up for always plan ahead and Battle Leader. Of course, that means that Solidified's gonna have a pretty tough matchup on the top side, knowing that if you both get to scale, that means that Rice is gonna win out on ahead. The only thing is that are they able to tackle it? And of course, always plan ahead into the Galio. Of course, Gale likes to do well against magic damage dealers, but Kled, he does physical damage. And the biggest thing, though, is that he's also able to react accordingly based on map movement. And that's where, you're going to see a lot of side lane play from both teams. If Elmo pulls the trigger first, always plan ahead. Is he going to follow? Or vice versa? And that's what we get to see when it approaches level 6s.
And I'm really hyped to see Hunter on this Olaf because Gragas is not, your standard early game jungler. So I'm interested to see how much of an advantage Frost Aura can gain from what is arguably the strongest jungler right now.
Yeah, of course. With Kevin, he did go that Predator, so he can look for those early ganks after the first reset. Just got to keep in mind what Kevin wants to do here. Looking at what he's doing, he's going to be clearing that blue side. Probably going to go for the reset right after that to make sure he's on the bottom side with boots and looking for a gank here. So just watch it out. However, when we take a look at this bottom lane, Caitlyn Morgana, notorious for just constantly pushing in, constantly trying to look for aggression near. You got a royalty changing up though with that Guardian, which is something I'm pretty surprised about and something that I kind of question because when you're playing Caitlyn Morgana, you just want to push all day. So just want to see what they do here when it looks at the bottom. When we take a look at the bottom lane, and if both the teams can play towards our win condition, which is towards these two.
The Dark Binding will land. The trap comes down. A lot of damage so quickly. Meech forced to flash away. And Fox will have to sidestep another very well-placed Yordle snap trap. But that's 2 summoners already down for the Frost Aura bot lane.
Yep, and that's the oppression when it comes to Caitlyn Morgana here. You land a binding, a trap's going to be coming out, a lot of damage comes through, and you can see here, Meech without no flash means that Kevin can just show up in the next 5 minutes to see if they can punish it, and that's where it can get tough.
Lucky Esports showing us the comps that you do want to play a Morgana into. Morgana Caitlyn has already been far more potent than the Morgana Varus was from Frost Aura in game 2.
Yeah, of course, Kevin here already on the bottom side looking for an invade. And the thing is that Meeches doesn't have a lot of health here. Frostor on this defense, and I don't know what's going to happen, man. It's going to be tough.
Oh, Dark Binding won't find its mark. Very well dodged by Elmo. The Grand Entrance comes through, but Kevin is super low. The Blast Cone will take them both out to safety, and Elmo just about survives that one.
Oh man, Elmo with that quick feet, using the Justice Punch to weave out from the Dark Binding, making sure everyone stays alive here. Blue buff did get saved for Elmo, so it did get saved for Hunter actually, so it looks good for them. Good defense here, but at what cost? Pretty much nothing. Only a flash and ignite from Pocus, and that's pretty much it.
Elmo was forced to burn the TP, but as you mentioned, always plan ahead. Did use that ignite there and scooped with the heal as well as seeing charge from Solidified, but the vicious strikes coming through from always plan ahead. Solidified will be forced to burn his flash and the turret will back.
Yeah, I gotta be careful here. That's what all his Planet Head wants to do. Impact the map, see what they can do here. And that's pretty much the name of the game right now, starting from game 1. Frostar playing around those globals, using those teleports, and now Lucky kind of taking a play from the opponent's playbook. Let's use globals as well. And you can see here that they're just looking to see what they can do, see what armor they can break out. And that's the name of the game, Milky.
As Elmo rotated down towards the bottom side, but couldn't quite find a way to gank. Guys, Bloom will spot out a blue trinket in the tri-brush. That Pocket will clear. Now, if Eldrake is spawning as a Dark Binding, misses his mark, and Pocket straight away decides to go in with a Grand Entrance, but it will just be a short trade. And neither bot lane really has a significant amount of priority, so I'm interested to see which side will pick up the Drake. But Hunter's top side invading Kevin's jungler. Kevin looking up for
no wards.
The gank as the Dark Binding will find its mark. That is a big. The Grand Entrance comes through. Blade Caller finds a bit of time, but not enough. Scoops up the kill.
Yeah, Milky, no flash on Meech, and that's what happens here. If you don't have any flash, you're going to get punished here. Of course, you got a royalty, forced his flash to make sure that kill was secure. That's what happens. And now, with one death
Oh,
in favor for Lucky on the bottom side, just means that Scoop and Uganda Royalty can now play towards the enemy turret and see if they can get some plates in the early game.
I'm not sure why, but that trade from Always Plan Ahead where he landed the bear trap on a rope and sidestepped with the jousting was so clean. However, Always Plan Ahead has been dismounted from Skull. Pocket Pistol will take him
Oh,
over
the
the wall.
flash in.
Flash over from a Hunter and flash away from Always Plan Ahead as the hero's entrance comes through. It's a flash for a flash, but Hunter, Elmo does burn the ult.
Yeah, big ultimate being used, which means that unfortunately you're not going to have it. But hey, if you have that mid priority and Always Plan Ahead isn't 6 yet and has to take a reset, that means that this first Inferno Drake is going to be going over in favor of Frostar unless Kevin wants to take a steal, and looks like they might want to go for
They're
it.
going in 3v3 and the TP will come through. They find the steal as well. Kevin will sacrifice his life, but they do have the damage. Scoop with a flash over the wall. Now the damage comes through. They find 1 kill onto Hunter. They find a kill onto Elmo. Now they can look for Solidified, who is so low. Always Plan Ahead turns up. He will remount onto Skull, but the grand entrance comes through. Always Plan Ahead is dismounted. Oh, the build over Peacemaker is huge, and that's another kill coming in. Relwolf will follow. They will find the Rune Prison slow, and Meech will find a triple kill. 6 kills for 3 for Lucky Esports.
Oh man, you gotta talk about Scoop during that entire fight here. He blast cones over, it flashes right back out, and because of that, he has that terrain advantage, just basically free hitting everyone. That Piltover Peacemaker pretty much secured the rest of it, and you can see him now 4-0-2, a gigantic gold lead in favor for him. You know, he has 3.7k so far in his gold, and now let's take a look at Meech, only 2.2. That's a 1500k gold lead on the 80 carries, Milky, and that's going to be dangerous because now you have a super strong bot side to play for, and now if I'm looking at Frostora, what lane do I play for now?
Yeah, and when he makes his next back, that is going to be so scary. We'll have to see what Scoop decides to build towards, whether he will go for that Storm Razor first, maybe go for the Kirch's Shard after that item did get buffed somewhat. Next week, it's going to be an Ocean, so we're either going to be getting a Mountain Soul or a Cloud Soul this game.
Yeah, and you can see here that Scooped takes that reset, buys a Kirchhoff Shard, plus the Berserker Greaves, and now that means that he's able to just kind of maintain that lead, maintain that push, and because of that, those turret plates are going to be their main focus, and I'm not too sure what Hunter can do, because right now, Hunter, he's trying to look for an early game play, and right now, they haven't succeeded so far in Frostora.
This is going to be so much poke, so much damage coming through from the Lucky Esports bot lane, and, you know, I was saying at the end of game 2 that perhaps Frostora should look to play around Meech a bit more, who has been performing very well. But it seems that Lucky Esports are the one who are going to get their bot lane ahead and scooped. I'm scared to see how much damage he's going to be dishing.
Yeah, and this is where you want to be sitting pretty as a Kate. You know, 4-0-2, going to be looking to get some plates approaching 10 minutes, but in the meantime, Solidified is on the top side, and Lucky, they actually lane swapped here. They sent Bout here in the mid lane, and Lucky, though, they have their sights on the top side. They're going to be looking for a dive.
And the dive will come in. Call of the Forge God will come out to deny the engage on the turret, and it will force Kevin back. He does still have that Predator available, so a bit of poke coming through from Scoop in the bot lane.
Yeah, of course. You can see here that now Frostora playing a little bit slow, understanding that they have to kind of find the right way to engage here. No more pulling triggers, no more just seeing a champion jumping on that champion. So has to be careful of what they want to do here, especially when this lane swap occurs. It just means that everything can just seem to work out a little bit better for everyone.
However, watch out because Ugandan Royalty is going to be getting that flash in a few seconds time, and he has 6, and Pocus does not. Grand entrance in. Pocus has to be super careful, and he will use a battle dance up, but with those cooldowns down, Ugandan is looking aggressive. Can he find the Dark Binding? No, he cannot.
Yeah, good little move from Meech here, just weaving in and out here. Of course, blue buff is going to be going over to Elmo, and he does have that ultimate, so they could look for an opening based on that hero's entrance, and that's what I want to see if Frostora can find that opening, because if they don't, it's going to prove very difficult in the bottom side, though. Here it is.
Grand entrance denied by the Black Shield. Pocus is still looking aggressive as 4 members of Frostora are bot side, but they won't be able to find anything at all, as now Kevin looking to make his way down to join the party.
Yeah, and I love what also always plan ahead is doing up here. Just basically proxying the wave, making sure that he's able to just impact the map. Because if he's in that kind of position, he can easily just move his way mid with the ultimate here, with that charge. And you can see here that Pocus has that ultimate. They're going to be looking to get some plates for the bottom lane used here. And Hunter on that defensive side has to make sure he can respond to this. But I'm not too sure if Frostroar can do because they have to respond to this pretty soon.
Yeah, and this is a fantastic decision as well. More gold going over to Scoop.
TP
But here
coming
comes the play, the realm of the TP as well. Ugandan Royalty will dodge the engage, but Scoop will take a lot of damage. Ugandan Royalty gets taken down. A lot of damage. The Ignite taking down on Elmo. The heal will come through. Will just about save Elmo. But look at the damage onto Hunter. Will be forced to back off as now we're seeing Solidified, as you mentioned, making his way down. Call of the Forge God coming in. Will find its mark onto Kevin, but will not be enough to find the kill. Meanwhile, always plan ahead, just free farming in the top lane, finding more and more plates. And I think Lucky Esports will take this. They lose one, but they find a lot of plates in both the bot lane and the top lane as the Ocean Drake does now spawn.
Yeah, and that's where it gets tough as Frostroar because you do a defensive play, but you didn't stop them from getting those plates, especially from the bottom side. Scoop sat there and soaked up all of it. Along with that, always plan ahead, managed to take out 4 plates on the top side. And you see here, even though you got that second dragon with the Ocean, the gold lead is now 3K in favor for Lucky Esports. And this is even before 15 minutes, Milky. It's getting tough, especially against this Caitlyn Morgana in the bottom lane.
Indeed, it is. However, I guess one good thing, as you mentioned, they do pick up the Ocean Drake. However, they are 3K gold down 12 minutes into the game. We're going to be getting the second Rift Herald in 2 minutes as well. But with a Mountain Soul, this one could work out fairly well for both teams, as Solidified and Elmo can use those defensive stats pretty well.
Yeah, definitely. But the biggest thing, though, is Meech, right? Scooped, already seeing out 1 item. Meech still hasn't finished his before 13 minutes, and these fights are going to be very hectic. It's going to get tough. You can see always plan ahead, already sitting at 2 of his items, Phage and Tiamat. About to finish that Black Cleaver really soon here, and the bottom tier 1 does go down, and this is where, if I'm Lucky Esports, I'm just going to see if I can find any of these guys, because right now, Ornn does do a lot of damage. Hunter has snowballed himself enough to start fighting, and then Elmo, of course, does do a lot of damage as well in the early stages, and so that's where it gets tough.
Yeah, and we're also seeing a big gold advantage as well for Bow Eater in the top lane on this rise, and making things a bit tricky for Solidified, who is pretty far behind now.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Frostroar, right? I'm looking at what I want to do here, how I can play this game. You just got to think about what I can do to open with that hero's entrance. The issue is that they have a lot of disengage tools with the charge, with the explosive cask. So, we're going to see if Frostroar, they can take it with these fights. They have a lot of tenacity. I just want to see it.
And they have, they have the ability to run people down with the Call of the Forge God and then Hunter on that Ragnarok. But as you mentioned, a lot of disengage tools for Lucky Esports. Again, we saw them try to find their pick in the bot lane earlier on, but the Dark Binding just prevents the engage onto Scooped. And, well, Lucky Esports are able to just walk out. Call of the Forge God coming through in the bottom lane as the charge comes in. Solidified with a searing charge, finds his mark. Is a 2v2. So much damage. Hunter gets obliterated as a Bow Eater will survive, as this is going to be a double kill going over to always a plan ahead. Battle Dance away will keep Pocus alive. But Lucky Esports with 2 more kills. 8 kills to 4 and now almost 6K gold up.
Man, my God, Hunter just blew up in that fight here. The moment Hunter comes in, the moment always plan ahead gets that charge on him, they're looking, but the explosive cast comes in.
Explosive cast finds his mark, but the Dark Binding's not available. Good. Quickness comes through, they find the CC under turret. Blade Featherstorm comes out. Blade Caller will be a 1-for-1 as Kevin falls. Ace in the hole comes through, finds the kill as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, Elmo walks in too far, gets snared by a trap, and because of that, Meech goes down as well. Even though that dive did go a little bit haywire, the biggest thing is that Scoop picked up 2 kills throughout all of it. Now 6-0-2, have a 700 gold bounty, and that's where it gets tough here, because that main damage source, you can't really get to it, and Solidified, you can't be there, my man.
You cannot push forward right now if you're a Frostroar. You cannot set up vision. Everything is just so risky for them. Kelly has spawned onto the Rift, and Lucky Esports will be looking to pick that one up. And then we've got the first Mountain Drake of the game as well, spawning in just over a minute's time.
Yeah, and again, Frost Aura, I said before, they're an early game composition. They have to succeed in this early stages, and now they're on the opposite of what happened in game one. They're losing these offensive plays, and because of that, now it gets very scary, approaching the 20-minute, 30-minute mark against a Ryzen, against a Caitlyn. So I got to see what happens. We talked about that orange scaling, of course, but Meech, he doesn't have that amount of damage of what Scoop can do, and this is where it gets tough. As you got in royalty, he's going to look for someone.
The Dark Binding snipes a Pockers, who will get taken down. Body slam forward. Scooped is a godlike, and all off the bat of a fantastic Dark Binding over the wall from Ugandan royalty.
Yeah, man, Scoop's just not touched right now. 7-0-3. He's just sieging up on these turrets, and no one can touch him. Of course, Hunter can try and go in, but at what cost? Because there's so much damage in favor of Lucky. Maybe Elmo gets in, but Elmo doesn't have a lot of damage as well, especially against a Black Shield. So this is where it gets scary and tough, and you can see here Dark Binding lands.
Another Dark Binding lands, as you mentioned, but the turret still stands, so it will force Lucky Esports to back off. Bellows Breath will come through from Solidified, but Lucky will just back off for now. Mountain Drake is up, and that is going to be the focus for them.
Yeah, and this is where it gets tough, because if you're Frostar, you have that teleport, it doesn't matter, because you can't really contest it, especially against a line of traps of what Scoop can easily do if you want to contest the neutral game. So if I'm Frostar, maybe just take a look at the draft itself. Maybe not put Solidified on a tank and give someone with a little bit more agency instead of a 3-man frontline, or maybe not that, give Elmo a little bit more agency. This man is known for assassin play, but in the meantime, though, they want to see something.
Call of the Forge God, here we go. The fight comes out. Ugandan royalty forced to flash over the wall, but they find the shutdown onto Scoop. This is exactly what Frostora need. Rune Prison will land, but it is a 5 members of Frostora that still stand. Rift Herald is up on the Rift, but I think Frostora found their win condition.
Yeah, tackle Scoops. Make sure he goes down, because that's what's going to happen. But I don't know. This might be an over-aggression here.
Dark Binding finds his mark, steering charge over the wall. They find the kill onto Pockers, but Frostor are not done just yet. Always plan ahead, getting taken down very low, but Lucky. They're looking aggressive. They're looking for more. Buddy slam forward. They find the mark onto Solidified as the barrel roll comes out. That's the damage. Solidified will just about survive, but he will get taken down as Bow Eater finds the kill. And now they look towards Elmo. Overload just shy of his mark, but always plan ahead. Remount. He finds their kill. 2 kills going over towards the Lucky Esports side.
Yeah, what turned out to be a good play, finding the kill on Scoop, now costing them because of their over-aggression and because of just overstaying when you don't have the resources. And now, with Lucky Esports, with the amount of damage that they have, we talked about their scrappy gameplay in game 2. This is the kind of composition that they like to run, and looks like they're just better rats. So now, Frostar, you're going to have to adapt and see what you want to do here, because right now, this game, you're behind 7k gold. You can't contest the next variant just because it's just so hard. And Scoops, he's at 2-item spikes, while Meech not even there yet.
Scooped is so far ahead, and that one death, I mean, it makes a slight difference, but practically nothing in the grand scheme of things. We hyped up how Hunter's impact versus Kevin's would affect the game, but Hunter hasn't been able to do anything on this Olaf, and we're nearing the point now where he's just going to be irrelevant anyway, just due to the scaling.
Yeah, and this is where we talk about Hunter's pool, right? Yes, Olaf is very good in the meta right now. Yes, you could definitely draft Olaf, but the thing is that you're going to have to play around him, because Olaf thrives with lanes that he could play towards. You can't really play towards Norn, you can't really play towards a Galio depending on the matchup, and you could definitely play towards the bottom side, but that's where it all depends on the bottom 2v2s. And knowing that Meech took that big trade at the not even a big trade, just getting choked out at level 2 here, basically costed this Olaf pick. And I don't see a lot of value with this Olaf, and especially with this Ornn on the top side.
The inner turrets are the only things that are left standing for Frost Aura, and that's both in both side lanes, which Lucky Esports are looking to take down with a 1-3-1 split push coming through. And Frostora, they have to decide how they want to defend this. Grand Entrance
Oh, they
comes in,
found
they're
Scooped.
looking for the fight. Hero's Entrance will come down. They find the shutdown once again. The Soul Shackles come through, but it won't do anything against the Ragnarok as the stopwatch will get burned. Ugandan Royalty will get taken down, and Frostora find the perfect way to punish the split push, and now they look to the mid lane for the outer turret.
Yeah, I'm not too sure here because in the meantime, you have Boa Eater and Always Plan Ahead on that split push again, as you said on the 1-3-1. Now they're going to be turning their sights on Baron. But here's the thing: you could just lose your base always off of Always Plan Ahead. He still has that charge, he still has that ultimate, and now this could be a big steal. So you got to be careful of what they want to do here. Now approaching 6K, and Kevin, he's around the corner.
Yeah. Always Plan Ahead is not flinching. He's still in the bot side. Pockets is super low. Kevin will be looking for the steal. Here we go.
Ooh.
Over the wall. Does he find it? Yes, he does. That is huge. Everyone is so low as Bowie finds the kill onto Solidified. And here comes the Realm Orb as well. Ace in the hole will follow through. The backs are denied. And Always Plan Ahead is still pushing. The Ignite comes down. Meteor surely is going to fall. One more auto is needed. As you mentioned, this very well could be game. Pockets' back has been cancelled. Elmo's gonna get taken down. Always Plan Ahead finds the kill onto Hunter. Are you kidding me? Lucky Esports are clean as a whistle. They will take down the base. Pockets is the last man standing. Lucky want to get some nice clean KDAs. Bear Trap on the rope comes through. The Bucket Pistol seals the deal. They'll look for Solidified as well. They will find the ace. Scoop will die one final time. But Lucky Esports will be taking their second win in a row. And they will be taking us to match point.
Oh man, what a bad turn of events that occurred from that Baron here. You get the catch on Scoop. You have to force that Baron because, you know, you are able to just kind of take it knowing that they have two split pushers. But unfortunately, it gets stolen. Always Plan Ahead. Manages to pretty much close out the game by himself. And at this point, if I'm Frostora, I have my backs against the wall. It's going to get pretty tough from here on out.
Wow, Lucky Esports have played that super cleanly. And, you know, Bowie took a little break to get fed IRL, and then he came back to get fed in game 2. Lucky Esports, you know, we've seen them at their strong points. We've seen them at, well, arguably their weak points. I feel that this game wasn't down to anything spectacular in terms of team play. Like, game 1, we saw fantastic teleports coming in and, you know, a lot of macro aspects to the game. This game I felt was revolved around Scooped and Ugandan got ahead. Mainly Scooped got ahead, and there was just nothing Frostora could do.
Oh yeah, definitely. And that's the thing about that Caitlyn Morgana, and that's the thing about not tackling it as well as you could have. And that's what I have to criticize about Frostar, because yes, you have that one lane to play. Yes, you have a pretty solid, we're going to play towards the bottom side of the map, but they also do too. And not only that, they also have two other lanes that they could easily play for through Always Plan Ahead and through Bow Eater. And that's where it gets tough. So if I'm Frostar, I have to get some sort of agency to someone else in the composition, not have Ornn and Galio be drafted together. If not that, maybe a late game carry in the jungle or from someone else, because only having one damage source isn't working out well. You can already take a look at the damage here. Meech pumped out just a little bit more damage than Elmo, and that's where it gets tough.
Yeah, so much damage coming through from Bowita as well. 18k in 22 minutes. He had a pretty fun game, to say the least. But with that being said, we're going to be heading into a short break, and we'll be right back with game 4 as Lucky Esports look to close out this series. Stay tuned, we'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for game 4 of the night. The Upsurge Premier League semi-finals between Lucky Esports and Frost Aura. Lucky Esports hadn't dropped a single game coming into the series, but they've already dropped one. And Frost Aura will be keen to make them drop a second, maybe even a third. But that being
Yeah,
said, Shellingwalk, Lucky Esports, they look so strong in game 3.
yeah, and this is where we just talk about draft again. When we take a look at Froster and what they did there, what they did in the draft, it was a completely bot side centric draft, but it was only for one lane that you could play towards. So for Froster, definitely always fine to do that, but give someone else different agency, and maybe the game is a little bit different. So just a little bit of these draft mistakes coming in from Froster that is costing them overall. Game 1, of course, definitely it was their favor against Lucky Esports, and that's where we want to take a look at that. And of course, we're going to expect the Aurelian Soul and that Noon will going to get removed here. But Talia still a part here and not giving these global mid laners 4 always plan ahead.
Yeah, it's a shame we're not going to be able to see the ASOL coming through. Not in this game anyway, unless Frostora can potentially take us to a game of 5. But you'd have to expect the ASOL to get banned out anyway. We've seen the Graves being banned out fairly consistently in the first phase, with the exception of game 3. However, it was not enough anyway. Talia, Nunu, Heimerdinger, and Lee Sin are the other bans coming through. We saw the power of Kevin's Lee Sin in game 2, and I don't think Frostora want to play against that anytime soon.
Oh yeah, definitely not at all. Kevin definitely pretty solid on that Lee Sin. Made it work in game 2, and it's a jungler that could pretty much fit all molds. You could play towards whatever side of the lane. You could play towards the Lee Sin as well and make sure he gets ahead. He definitely functions very well with the new Conqueror, so that's what it works out well. But Frostora, they're going to be looking to first pick that Sunna, even though Rise is up, so changing a little bit of that priority. And Lucky, they're going to be A-OK taking away that Rise. But another thing is that Nautilus is on that table. We have seen that be a traditional counter into Senna, so I want to see what Lucky can do if they want to take that champion.
As an expert in how to destroy Sennas, I want to see the Leona coming through. This is where I hate Senna picks coming in. When people blind pick Senna, this is where it starts to get interesting. Very interested though to see whether that's a Senna ADC or a Senna support. As you mentioned, the Rise getting locked in for Lucky.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if Meech does play Senna AD carry. Definitely a different way of playing it. It's more of that you're just gonna mainly survive the lane majority of the time, knowing that you're able to get access to economy, maybe build up that tier as well, and just use that ability to just farm it out and sustain yourself. But Lucky, they're gonna be picking up that Xayah in that matchup, not showing support just yet, just to see what Frostora wants to reveal in their draft.
The Xayah will get locked in. Let's see if they want to go for the Rakan, or whether they're going to pick something along the lines of potentially. The Ezreal will get locked in for Frostora, and once again, it's Frostora who are stealing the Ezreal away themselves. Actually, wait, no, Lucky picked up the Ezreal in game 2. This time it is going to be Meech on his favored champion, so we do get to see how he can play that Ezreal here.
Yeah, this is one of Meech's favorite characters. He loves this champion. He loves operating with it. You could play towards Meech's Ezreal, which is something that's very good at, but Frostor now picking Aurelia. This is one of Elmo's more comfortable champions. It also works well for Solidified as well, and now you have a flex opportunity that could work out that you could easily play for in 2v2 scenarios. So Lucky, definitely have to see what they want to do to adapt this draft in favor for them.
Gotta love the Aurelia pick. We've also been seeing the Jade Boy got picked in game 1 and 2 as the Nami. Please, someone say it's placeholder. No, okay.
Oh yeah,
it's the Nami support boys.
Yeah, and okay, and when we talk about this bot lane, right? Because here's the thing: when we look at this bot lane, Nami could definitely hold her own against Senna, but the issue is that Senna still manages to outtrade Nami overall with an auto attack and with that Q. So Lucky, I appreciate this. It's just kind of showing that they want to take it to a 2v2 standoff. They're not looking for that knowledge. They think that they can easily out 2v2 them in the bottom lane, and that's something they gotta respect, man. Lucky, bold pick.
I'm speechless. As high potential knows, I am very, very against Senna's. and this is not gone how I wanted it to.
It's okay. It's
But-
good. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's all good.
No,
We are gonna
yeah.
see what happens, man. Gonna see what happens
Right.
in the bottom lane, because if Lucky manages to smurf in this bottom lane, outwin this 2v2, your Senna won't have a fun time.
Well, Frostor would say, we're going to ban the Kled, and Lucky Esports say, well, you can ban the Kled, but we're not going to be counterpicking it into a Galio because we're banning the Galio as they themselves pick up the Jace. And that will potentially be going into the top lane, maybe flex depending on what Frostor want to pick themselves.
Yeah, actually, this is one of Bowier's most favorite champions here. It's the second most picked in this past season, so this is where it could more than likely go topside, but he is comfortable on that rise. The biggest thing what Lucky is doing now is this is what they want to do. They want to play that scrappy play style. Frostor, of course, basically kind of showing up as well. We're down to play scrappy, so the more this draft turns out to be, the more these teams are just A-okay picking these high agency champions, looking to create some action, looking to create that early advantage. So, you know, this is what's going to happen. They're all trying to go for that comfort picks. They're all trying to play what they're good at and take it to them in this game 4.
I'm really feeling on Orianna here, but it's going to be the LeBlanc getting locked in. The team fight comp is looking pretty big here for the side of Frostora, whereas Lucky looking like they're going to be going for that kind of 1-3-1 split push with the Ryze and the Jace in those side lane.
Yeah, and these are all their comfort picks, and that's what I appreciate from Frostor. They're A-okay picking the champions that they're good at and they can run through, because Frostor heavily skirmishing kind of play style. But Lucky, knowing that there's a J4 here, goes back to an old throwback counter into that Rek'Sai with the new Conqueror as well. So you gotta see. I haven't seen Rek'Sai with Conqueror yet, but it doesn't sound too bad. I actually think it sounds pretty well in this one-on-one. So gotta see what happens here. Of course, Lucky and Frostor, if any of these lanes collapse, it gets very tough. So this kind of going back and replicating what happened in game 2 when both teams are just picking very volatile compositions that all of them want some sort of economy, some sort of gold in their pockets. And if you're not getting that gold, your composition isn't going to function.
Yeah, and I'm interested on this Rek'Sai pick as well, because it's not something that I've seen since preseason has come about. And obviously a very early game jungler, and interested to see what kind of impact it can have. Would we expect to see Kevin really focusing on the Queen of the Void?
I'm not too sure. These two teams, they don't really have to focus in the lane itself per se, just because of what the volatility offers. If J4 ganks the bottom side, that's pretty much a free kill or a flash blown. If it ganks Ryze, of course, they have a pretty solid 2v2. And same thing with the top side. But on Lucky's end, same thing. If any of these two lanes can gank, then it gets tough. The only difference is that you do have a decent amount of mobility from the mid lane and the bottom lane. So it's going to be tough for Rek'Sai to get those ganks in. But if Kevin is able to find Hunter in the jungle, that can spell doom for Frostor.
I'm also interested to see how this bot lane will go. The Zion Nami into the Ezreal setup. We already talked about how the center should have slightly better trades, and with the additional poke from the Ezreal, things might be tricky for the Zion. Again, it's somewhat surprising that Lucky Esports decided against going for the Loves duo. Maybe they know something about the Nami into Senna that we do not.
Yeah, it's just tough when you're playing Rakan into Senna or Rakan into Ezreal Senna, because they have a lot of mobility with them, and of course Senna can just auto attack the Rakan, or if not that, just see if he can bait out the grand entrance. So that's where it gets tough. So Ugandan Royalty, wants to take that Nami into the bottom side, wants to take it to a ranged 2v2 matchup, and this is where small little interactions and auto attack, a trade with the Q, these things can definitely make an impact when it comes to the bottom side, and that's what happens in ranged matchup. It's so micro dependent.
And then the Jace, so far it has been locked in the top lane, but I don't think that's going to be really changing. How do we see Bowita doing into Solidified Irelia?
All right. So historically, Jace has been known to be one of the best top laners, but Irelia is something that can actually take it to Jace in the early stages, especially at 6 here. So if Solidify can take it at level 6 with the ultimate on About Eater, that means that Jace will just be losing value overall throughout the game here. So that's how that top lane operates, and that's what has to happen for Solidify to win. But if About Eater gets a lot of help from Kevin with that Rek'Sai, opting into dives or if not threatening those dives, and Solidified isn't able to farm as well as it could be, or is unable to threaten the all-in, then Bauer should be able to take this matchup for himself.
And I do want to look towards the mid lane as well, because not only do I think the LeBlanc into Ryze, you know, we've talked about how we've had volatile matches coming through, but I think it's going to be very hard for Kevin, obviously, to find anything onto Elmo as just LeBlanc things. But for Elmo onto always plan ahead, I think Hunter could be or will be very pivotal in how this mid lane match.
Yeah, we have to pay attention to the 2v2s because J4 LeBlanc does look better on paper as a 2v2 compared to Rek'Sai Ryze. If they all focus on one person, that person is more likely going to die, whereas Ryze in the early stages doesn't pump out a lot of damage. So always plan ahead, not on that global mid laner, not on someone who can have a lot of agency in the early stages, is going to change up the game plan. So if always plan ahead is able to kind of survive these 1v2s or these 2v2s, or if not that turn around these 2v2s that can occur, it should be good for them.
Indeed be. However, with that said, we're going to be heading into a short break. We will be right back with Game 4 of the night. Lucky Esports look to clean this one up against Frostora. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we make our way into Game 4 of the Upsurge Premier League semi-finals. Lucky Esports currently sitting 2 games to 1 up, and are sitting on a match point. The draft was somewhat interesting, chilling walk, and we were kind of discussing it a bit, and this bot lane, very, very volatile.
Oh yeah, definitely. We talked about the Navi specifically from Ugandan Royalty and why he opted into it. Definitely a high risk, high reward pick here. Not the worst pick, but definitely not the best when it comes to just composition overall. Because that Navi could have been a Nautilus, it could have been a Thresh, it could have been a Leona, it could have been something to all in the Senna as well. And unfortunately, Ugandan Royalty doesn't pick that. He picks something else. A 2v2er that wants to just use those micro interactions and win off that. So if you have better laning, better mechanics overall, then this champion works out well, and there's your reward.
But let's see whether that pickup will work out for Lucky Esports. Both junglers will be starting on the bot side. Kevin picking up the blue buff to start off with. And we talked about, both of these junglers are early game junglers. Kevin slightly more early oriented on this Rek'Sai. And interested to see the effect that they're going to have, especially Hunter in this mid lane against Always Plan Ahead's Rise.
Yeah, especially got to see what happens on the top side too, because Solidified, of course, going to get pressured in. Bow Eater, one of a champion that he's very comfortable on, so going to see what happens. And of course, if Elmo's able to get a solo kill in the mid lane with his LeBlanc, that means he's able to impact the map as well. So got to see what these two teams want to do in the early stages, because anything can just make this game swing in their favor.
As Focus getting a little bit of a poke out at the minute with the level 1 power of Senna, and Frost or bot lane will get to that level 2.
Yeah, of course, big wave for Solidified. Has to see if he can farm it all out, because if he doesn't, not gonna make it work. But Hunter, he is on the wings.
Yeah, Flawless Duet find his mark. Flag and Drag will get the knock up. Nowhere for Bow Eater to go. First blood goes to Solidified.
Yeah, and a great stun setup from the Flawless Duet from Solidified, making sure that kill is secured. Bow Eater, he knew that he was going to die, didn't burn that flash, so he can use that to live for another day. But the biggest thing that has happened is that now Irelia ahead in a Jace matchup, it's going to be looking good for them. So Kevin is going to have to help out his Jace on the top side if he wants to make sure that Jace is going to be relevant.
Yeah, maybe Kevin will have to focus now towards that top side, as you said. But he's passing down bot, looking for the Scuttle Crab, and maybe for a gank down onto Meech and a Pock in the bot lane.
However, Meech and Focus do have priority, so if they do want to try and contest it, they absolutely can. But instead, both junglers are going to trade both Scuttles, get their jungles on their respective side. And in the meantime, though, Meech looking for a gank in the mid lane, or if not, that's some pressure.
Yeah. We talked about whether we would be seeing Kevin in this mid side as the Ignite coming down very early. The distortion, the forward flag and drag. One more auto attack will seal the deal. The Ignite ticks, and the Ignite will end. Can Plan Ahead get out of this? He's got Ezreal making his way over. Mystic shot in. Hunter, though, will find the kill, as now Bow Eater has nowhere to go. Solidified looking to pick this kill up, and will indeed do so. Third kill of the game going to Frostora.
Man, Frostar, they are just on top of this defensive play here. They go for the play here. They knew that Kevin was on the bottom side, and because of that, they make that work. Now they're 3-0 in a very volatile composition, and any of this gold is going to help out a lot, knowing that Meech has picked up 1, but Solidified has picked up 2 kills against his opponent. So now I'm not too sure about either can do in this lane. He's going to have to call for help, call for some resources, because now Lucky Esports, they're going to have their backs against the wall when it comes to this early game.
As we're going to see Ugandan Royalty getting hit by that rather annoying Senna CC. But it will be an early back coming through from Lucky Esports. But just like we've seen in previous games, Lucky Esports have had an advantage, or what we've expected to be an advantage in some parts of the map, but it hasn't quite worked out, and getting a somewhat feel of a deja vu coming through in this top lane. Solidified 2-0 on the Aurelia.
Yeah, 2-0, and of course Inferno Drake is up as well. And knowing that both these teams are just loving damage right now, it's going to help out for both squads. And if they were to fight around this dragon at any point in time, whoever wins that fight can pretty much secure the game unless these fights are very close and the trades are relatively even. So be careful of what happens around this Drake. But Kevin, we talked about returning to help out Bow Eater. This is what has to happen because Solidified, he set up a good freeze on the top side.
Then going back to that Infernal Drake as Kevin makes his way through the alcove, won't get spotted out. But that Infernal Drake would be so useful to both teams. There's so much damage for both sides as we enter a short.
Yeah, and got to be careful what happens here. Of course, Kevin looking for that topside gank. If Solidified does die here, that's 150 gold bounty that goes over in favor for Lucky. So Frostar definitely doesn't want that to happen here. But in the meantime, all lanes doing pretty well so far, only down a couple CS on Frostar's end. But the explosivity of these two compositions is going to occur really soon.
Yeah, something else that we didn't have a chance to mention in drafting phase. 3 TPs for the side of Lucky Esports. Frostor with just 2. Elmo picking up the Ignite. And we have seen how well both teams are able to use that ever so slight advantage in TPs, especially when always plan ahead, or I should say, Lucky Esports have that realm warp to their disposal.
Yeah, and I gotta like how both these teams are a-okay using these teleports to either push a play forward or to block a play. It's a tool that they have, it's a tool that they want to use, and it's super good to see because some teams, when they have the teleport, they're afraid of using it instinctually to help someone out, right? Sometimes they want to wait for that TP to be called. They want to make sure that the TP is confirmed before they use it. But these teams, they just want to use it off instinct if a fight occurs, just because of how well these guys are communicating. So good so far. Inferno Drake does get picked up in favor for Frostar, and now there's kind of a little bit more damage when it comes to these fights here. And in the meantime, Kevin, he still has the sights on that top side.
Yeah, we're seeing a Hunter pushing out, invading some of Kevin's jungle. But as you mentioned, there is no, I guess, I want to say itchy trigger finger, but that's exactly what there is on these teleports. Both teams will not hesitate to drop down the teleport. We've seen teleports coming through thick and fast so quickly as exhaustion chains come through. We'll find a CC. Flag and Drag cancels the realm warp. Nowhere for always plan ahead to go as the Ignite ticks down, and Elmo will sit back and watch the burn do its job.
Yeah, Lucky Esports solo layers now both 0-2 in a very volatile matchup. Solidified 2-0, and now Elmo now 1-0-1 here, and the more gold it goes over to either hand's pockets, the better it will be. In Frostar, they're making their early game execution work so far, and it's definitely good to see, especially bouncing back from game 3.
And we've got a Rift Herald coming up as well in 40 seconds, and with a few kills going over the way of a Frostor, they could be looking to pick that one up as well. We've already seen them pick up the Infernal Drake. We've got a Cloud Drake coming up as well. Will give them some nice cooldown reduction too.
Of course, Senna and Meech are going to take that reset here, so going to be looking okay. Rift Herald is coming up, but keep in mind that Frostar has that top side priority and that mid priority as well, knowing that they do have those kills under their belt. So if I'm Frostar, I should be looking at my sights for this next Rift Herald to get my teammates more gold.
Indeed. Solidified looking a little bit aggressive, finds a somewhat favorable trade onto Bow Eater. As I want to go back to this Cloud Drake that's coming up, because this is really good for the side of Frostor if they can get it. Again, just helps with the spammability of the Ezreal and Senna ults and the impact, I guess, of the Vanguard's edge.
Yeah. Cloud Drake is just super valuable right now for both teams. All these ultimates are just so core when it comes to these fights. So got to use it, of course, except not for Bow Eater because, he's Jace. He's going to be switching forms over and over again. But in the meantime, though, Rift Herald, like I said, Frostor has our sights on it. They're going to be looking to take it. And Kevin, knowing he's going to be on a reset and knowing that both solo lanes are getting pushed in, there should be a free Rift Herald in favor for Frostar.
Yeah, and Hunter making his way up as well. And now see whether he decides to look for a gank first, but with a top lane pushed in Frostor's favor, he's just going to start up on the Rift Herald as Kevin making his way to his top side jungle now.
Yep, Rift Herald getting used, and of course Uganda and Royalty and Scoop. They want to see if they can take out this 2v2, and Ultimate's getting used.
Sidesteps the tidal wave, but Pocket's forced to flash away. The Ignite's taken down.
Oh.
Aqua Prism finds its mark, and Scooped will pick up the kill.
Yeah, the one thing that triggered that fight is Uganda and Royalty having level 6 while Pocus does not, and that's what triggered her, and that's a good little play right there to give him some sort of life in this fight here. 15.7 while 14.2. Of course, now two solo lanes are in favor for Frostar, and now the bottom lane now back in favor for Lucky, and this is where both teams now they have lanes to play for.
Nice clean trade coming through from Solidified in the top lane, but we talked about how volatile this bot lane matchup would be. And Lucky Esports, they pick up the kill. They pick up a turret play as well as the Rift Herald gets dropped in the mid lane. That will be some very big turret play goal going over towards Elmo.
Yeah, and Elmo actually managed to soak all of it by himself, so this means that even more gold is going to be going to his pool in this matchup. But Solidified faking a reset. Just going to see if he wants to punish here, and here he comes.
Flag of Drag comes in, we'll find the knockout. Vanguard's edge flashed away by Bow Eater. Cataclysm comes
Good stun.
in, and Elmo making his way up. The Dawning Shadow will come through Distortion over the wall, and the Mimic as well. Nowhere for Bow Eater to go, and Elmo will take the kill.
Yeah, and I gotta enjoy what happened throughout this entire set, right? Game 1, it was a scrappy early in composition versus a slow one. Game 2, two scrappy compositions, and now going to Game 4, a replication of Game 2, except we flip it because now Frostar, they're having a scrappy team fight, but they're making it work. And even though there's 3 people sitting around here, only Hunter's going to be caught here.
Hunter steps forward. He will get hit by the CC. Burns a stopwatch to try to buy some time. Elmo will turn up. Flashes over the wall. Will keep Hunter alive.
Oh, they're looking for the collapse though, Milky.
Yeah, the TP onto the Demacian Standard Realm will take 2 out, but they can look towards Kevin. Oh, the CC just shy of its mark. And it looks like Lucky Esports will be able to get out of this one today.
Yeah, keep in mind that Cloud Drake is up here, so that means that both teams want to fight. FMO flashes forward.
The tidal wave comes through. Ethereal Chains finds the CC. Two-shot barrage a little bit wide of his mark. Flag and Drag comes in. Everyone's so low. Elmo gets taken down. Hunter is down as well. Solidified finds a kill. He finds a double kill. And now he could potentially look for more as Cloud Drake doing so much damage as well. And potentially shifting the tides of the fight. But it is just going to be a 2-for-2. Crucially, though, Solidified now 4-0.
Yeah, these fights are just so bloody here. You see him just both duking it out. Solidified, of course, picking up 2 kills throughout that entire fight and making it work. But however, the jungler is up for Lucky, so they're going to see if they can sneak it in. Pings are coming across. I want to see if they can contest it. I don't think they can.
They cannot, and the Cloud Drake will be getting picked up by Lucky. I also want to go back to what you were saying about this game, because it does feel a little bit like deja vu, but I disagree in the sense that, as you mentioned, you said it feels like Game 2. I actually think this feels more like Game 1, just in the sense that it's been very scrappy, I feel. Lots of kills coming through, but it's been Frostora who have been the ones coming out on the top again and again.
And Frostar's early game execution definitely pays off. They punished Bow Eater on the wave. They punished him twice when it comes to it. And then Elmo, of course, setting up the wave for FA Hunter to come in. And this is the playstyle that, Hunter and Elmo are kind of known for. Hunter being the facilitator while Elmo playing this high agency assassin in the mid lane. But in the meantime, Kevin is on the bottom side and looks like they're going to be looking for another fight.
Kevin will indeed be looking for a fight as Micha and Pocket looking aggressive. They're going to go in. Kevin's here, but so is Hunter. They look for Ugandan, and they will find the kill. Hunter, though, will be forced to sacrifice his life in the process, as it's a 1-for-1 trade in the bot lane.
Yeah, 1-for-1, but Hunter picks up the kill on the support, and vice versa. Uganda Warty picks up his own, but Solidified, he's 2 levels ahead, Bow Eater. I don't think you want to fight that. In the meantime, though, always plans ahead. Actually, burn TP on the bottom side, which means that Elmo should be able to get some free plates in the mid lane here. And you can see here, are taking up 3 plates in the mid lane with that Bridge Herald, and Elmo sitting on a lot of gold here, 5k to 4.4 in the mid lane so far.
Yeah, and it's a 2.5k gold advantage for Frostora as well. But as you mentioned, big goal leads coming through across the map. 2k goal lead for Solidified, which is just so big. He's completed his Triforce and picked up 2 Durance Blades, whereas Bow Eater not even halfway to his first item.
Yeah, it's tough, man. You're playing against an Irelia with a Triforce and already has that by 12 minutes, while in the meantime, you're only having a Phage in your pool. it's going to get tough, man. They're going to have to tackle it, and you can see here that they want to, but they want to fight here.
They do. Flawless duet goes in. Kevin is here. Vanguard's edge comes out. But who is trapped with who? Flag and Dragon as Solidified is unstoppable. And Elmo will take down Kevin. 2 more kills into the bank of Frostora.
Man, Frostar, they just have some sort of read onto what Lucky wants to do because Kevin tries to bail out his top laner, but unfortunately makes things from bad to worse as now you're sitting 0-4. Solidified is now 5-0-2. They're going to get top lane here as well. And now, if I'm Bow Eater, I have no idea what the hell I want to do because I am pretty much out of this game. It's going to take a lot for me to get back in.
Lucky Esports are looking to get an advantage for them in the bot side. We haven't seen too much jungle presence with the exception of that last kill that came through, the 1-for-1 trade. Hunter finding the kill onto Ugandan, and I believe it was Kevin who picked up the kill onto.
Yeah, and of course, this is where Frostar, they're just pretty much pushing that top left side lead to as much as they can here. Solidified, making his Aurelia look super good here, possibly a ban as well when it comes at the end of it. And you can see here that bot side, they want to try and see if they could push that lead for Lucky. You know, Kevin trying to see what he can do here, but gets spotted in the alcove with that mystic shot. So that play is going to be deterred from Lucky.
Yeah, the Tidal Wave and Featherstorm are available for Ugandan Royalty and a Scoop respectively. But that first turret of the game has been picked up in the top lane. 10 kills to 4 and a 4k goal lead for the side of Frostora. What is the way back in here for Lucky?
Oh man, it's just so tough because here's the thing. Your top laner is pretty much non-existent. It's also a Jace, which is very early game dependent. And knowing that this early game went the way it did, I'm not too sure if I can depend on this Jace. In the meantime, though, you do have that Rise with that scaling and that Zaya as well. So play off those two, make sure they survive, or if not that, see if you can read the enemy movement and read what the enemy intentions are. Because if you're able to block a play here, it'll look really good. But this mid-tier 1 is going to go down, and Frostora, they're going to have a little bit more gold in their pocket.
Yeah, and with the Rift Herald up as well, and the Mountain Drake spawning in just under half a minute, there are 2 objectives that Frostora can look towards. But, as you mentioned, this is the second time actually I'll hold that thought. Distortion comes through. Nothing much to come out of it, though, as Kevin turns up in the bottom lane, and Frostora just setting up for this mountain.
Yeah, Bow Eater does have that teleport, so he could look to operate in the meantime. But instead, Lucky, they're going to back off, give up this Mountain Drake, and instead get this Rift Arrow that they're going to need to see if they can open up the map. Because right now, it's a 2-turret lead in favor for Frostar and a lot of maps here. Arcane Barrage is going to get used to spot him out, and it's only at 8k. But Frostar, they might want to see if they can contest here, and they have a lot of gold here. They want to see if they can close out, and here they come.
They're making their way over. The Luden's Echo has already been purchased for Elmo. He's going to turn up a little bit too late as the Realm Warp will take everyone from Lucky out safe.
Yeah, they got the hell out of Dodge Milky with that Realm Warp. So great play from Always Come Ahead, making sure they get that Rift Herald without any costs there. So now they have the Rift Herald. They can use it to crack open the map. Biggest thing is that can they crack open the mid-tier 1? They're going to need it if they want to see if they can control the map at a big pace. So I'm going to see what they want to do here and see what they can set up with this Rift Herald.
As the Tiamat has been picked up for Solidified as well, and now going to be looking towards the Hydra option. Manamuna has been picked up for Meech. He will be looking for either the Iceborne Gauntlet or the Triforce up.
Yep, of course. This is one of Meech's favorite champions. You know, he loves this champion. A lot of people like to take it away, or if not, they get rid of it. So Meech isn't able to play it, and he's making it work. Hasn't died as of yet. Making sure he's farming safely and making sure he's getting to that 2 to 3 item spike of what Ezreal is known for. And that's what they want to do. This game is slowly scaling, but Frostar, they're going to need to push that tempo a little bit faster if they want to close out this game, because the longer this game goes, the more this Rise becomes a threat.
I want to go back to this top lane because, you know, just like in game 1, we're seeing Lucky Esports as they will almost be able to catch out Elmo and Hunter. But once again, Lucky Esports, they're going for this early game top lane that they're expecting to win it into the Aurelia. They've gone for the earlier game jungle, just like they did in game 1 with the Elise. But once again, it's their top laner that's coming out behind and Solidified coming out on top.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Solidified does have that teleport on his side. Bout Eater has it as well, and you can see here both teams just trying to fight over the jungle, the bottom river to make sure they have some control here. But Baron is spawning in 25 seconds, so gotta watch out and be careful when these Barons approach because none of these teams really want to pull that Baron. They just want to control the space, and if you're able to control that space, you're able to make sure that Baron could get threatened to be taken. That's what's going to happen real soon.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to the 20-minute mark. Just 10 seconds remaining until the Baron will spawn. We'll have to see how quickly Frost Aura want to look towards Purple Worm. We've got our second Mountain Drake off the game, spawning in 2 minutes, and if Frost Aura can get their hands on that, that will be their third Drake of the game.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty powerful as well. It's another Earth Drake in favor if Frost Aura were to take it. And you don't want that Ella Drake in any of these two team counts because both these teams can blow each other up really soon.
Indeed. 6 kill advantage at the minute for Frost Aura. 4k gold up. And at the minute, they're not looking to do anything too hasty. They're just going to set up the waves, slowly push, and wait before... I do believe that their eyes are on that mountain for now.
I'm just honestly surprised that Frost Aura just wants to slow this game down. You know, you have a 5-0-2 Relia, you have a 3-1-3 LeBlanc, but you're not really, putting Vision down, denying Vision, or fighting them in the jungle and taking these skirmishes. So I'm just surprised Frost Aura wants to slow it down. I'd rather not. You have the ability to play towards your top side. So in my opinion, a bit of a mistake for Frost Aura of not pushing that tempo in. But with Baron up, it is a big risk. But I just want to see if they could push that tempo up a little bit more, see if they can crack that bottom tier turret, or if not, that fine picks in the jungle. Because right now, always plan ahead. He's about to hit his 10th stack on that Rod of Ages, and so he's going to be pumping out a lot of damage the more he picks up some of his levels.
Yeah, and I also want to look towards this itemization. As you mentioned, the Rod of the Age is almost completed. The Muramana is completed for Meech, and he has also picked up the Triforce. So Meech is hitting, his kind of strong point in the game, and this is a big moment for Frost Aura that they kind of need to convert, because if they let this game scale a bit more, always plan ahead will become really strong on the rise. Scoop will start to outscale Meech as well.
Definitely. Now, at this point, the Frost Auras, all outer tier turrets are pretty much one hit or just a little bit of losing, so pretty much standing gold here. And this means that, Lucky could look to create some more space. But while they're looking to get some more space on the map, Frost Aura, they're going to have their eyes set on Dragon. I don't think Lucky will be in any sort of position to contest here.
And I think Lucky have given up on the Drake, as they will just push in on the top side of the map. They send down a two-shot barrage just to check Baron, and we're going to be seeing Solidified making way up to potentially contest, as a Mountain Drake will be getting secured by the side of Aura.
Yeah, you can see here that, they have their sights on that Baron. Looks like they're actually going to want to start it. No, I do apologize. They're not going to. They're just going to, just check it real quick. And this game still taking it really slow here. Both these teams not really looking to create some fights here. They just want their item spikes.
2 outer turrets are already down in favor of Frost, or are they just looking for the final outer turret in the bottom lane? And as we have been hyping up for a while now, the the first Baron is up and available. We're going to be getting what is potentially the final elemental Drake in 4.5 minutes. That is, of course, if Frost Aura pick that one up and get themselves the Mountain Soul.
Yep. But if you look at Frost Aura's inventory, almost 9 control wards being picked up here. So they're going to want to start playing the Vision game as of now. Only one objective up, which is that Baron. And you see them all trying to make a run for it. Of course, Solidified does have that TP. So he's going to be using it to see if he can, make a play on a flank here. But everyone else, they want to see if they can control this river, man, with all those control wards.
They do indeed. We talked about the split push coming in, and with Solidified so far ahead, Bowita won't be able to do anything except for really sit under turret and just take a bit of a beat.
Yeah. When you're Jason, when you're this far behind, it's really tough to win this matchup here, knowing that Aurelia does outscale you. at this point in time. Already has a Titanic Hydra with that Triforce, and you see here he's going to be looking to go for a Ball Eater. I don't think you want to take this, my man.
Blade Surge, but the Flawless Duo won't be able to find its mark, and Bow Eater with the knockback onto Solidified will prevent any further engage. As now always plan ahead makes his way down to the bot side. Maybe going to be seeing a bit of a switch as Bow Eater struggling to solidify Aurelia at the moment.
Yeah, but you see Solidified. He wants to see if he can fight it, but this is a 1v2, my man. I don't know if you want to take it.
The flash out of the Flawless Duet. Solidified should be able to get out of this one as the Dawning Shadow comes out. And Bow Eater flash will amount to nothing. It's Lucky Esports pick up the outer turret in the bot lane, but Baron has been started as Frostoro know that they have a 4v3
two-man knockup
around Baron. Yeah, Flag and Drag finds a two-man knockup. Here we go. Cataclysm comes out through on top, and that's going to be Uganda getting taken down. The TP comes through from Solidified. However, this is going to give Lucky Esports a chance to just free push in the bot lane. We saw something similar last game where Frostoro went for the Baron. Lucky Esports ended up ending the game as a result. This time, though, Lucky Esports are behind. But it is Kevin. Oh, the Vanguard's Edge finds its mark. And the Blade Surge over the wall picks up the kill. Baron is going to be secured, going the way of Lucky Esports. As Frostoro will just be able to pick themselves up the inner turret in the bot lane.
Yeah, now you're at a turret deficit as Frostar, but hey, you got that Baron. That means that all those turrets that you're going to be looking to take should be coming really soon here. You know, Lucky Esports, they did do a pretty smart thing of using Always Plan Head to shadow Bow Eater on that bottom side because they both have that teleport, but unfortunately, Hunter wasn't on that Baron. He finds a two-man knockup with that Flagging Dragon, pretty much starts that Baron take here. 4K gold lead in favor for Frostar, and that means that with that Baron, they should be able to take some more turrets and siege up, or if not, that create a little bit more action with these item spikes coming in. And at the end of the day, even though you lost, what, 3 to 4 turrets because of that, it doesn't matter because now you have that Baron, you're able to make an impact on the map, you're able to crack open this egg, and it's going to be looking good for Frostar.
Some really big boy items coming in for Frostor. You got the Titanic Hydra on Solidified. You've got the Gargoyles and the Knight's Vow for Hunter. And the Morello has also been completed for Elmo as Pocus picks up the Emerald Glaive.
Yeah, but the 1-3-1 is committed from Frostor, so you see Solidified on the side lane along with Elmo here, and you see Elmo already setting up the wave for his team to react. And if I'm looking as Lucky Esports, this 1-3-1 is going to be very detrimental in regards to how I play. You're going to have to see if you can punish these side laners, but unfortunately, with that Baron buff, with people rotating here, it's going to be very tough.
With a lot of wave clear from Always Plan Ahead, he will be able to get through the Baron Empowered Cannon minions somewhat quickly. Now we do have the third Mountain Drake of the game spawning in 20 seconds, and with the bot lane pushed up
Here's
in
a collapse,
favor of Rosora, as you mentioned, the collapse potentially coming through, but will not be able to find its mark onto Kevin.
Yeah, but look at Elmo.
Elmo looking to find the ethereal chance, will land it, he'll find the kill, and now he looks for Bow Eater, who will burn down. The Dawning Shadow comes through, it's already 2 kills for Frostora. They look for a third, they will find a third, and now they will look for the inner turret in the mid lane as they push through as a 5. It's just Kevin and a Scoop who are left to defend. This is by no means a game just yet, but it will be an inhibitor turret for Frostora. Actually, it may very well be, as you mentioned, 30-second death timers. Ugandan royalty will be up. Bow Eater is up in a 15. The Nexus turrets are getting taken down low. This is the potential engage coming through. Aqua Prison doesn't find his mark, but that's a big engage. Ugandan royalty gets taken down, and that is going to be the ace. The Nexus is exposed, and Frostora will take us to a game 5.
Man, Frostor, they start off so well in that fight overall. The pinch from Elmo coming from that bottom side onto Ugandan royalty basically catches everyone out, and they weren't aware of it. They weren't prepared for it. Now we go into a game 5, and Frostor, now they have a little bit of momentum. They played their game, Solidified, made sure he won this matchup. Bow Eater 0-5 on his second most played champion in solo queue. It doesn't look good for him, and now we have to talk about the difference in the priority, because now Rise in this series is now 2-2. The question is, are one of these teams going to value it? on evaluate in this game 5. You know, Lucky Esports does have blue side going into game 5. Are they going to prioritize it like they said it did? Elmo showed up well with this LeBlanc into the matchup along with Hunter, you know, putting some pressure for his mid laner. And this is a mid lane duo for Frost Aura that, you know, they've been working together since day one, since these guys have been friends. So they have to be careful next time if they want to value that rise on the blue side. And yeah, game 5, Milky, it's going to be crazy.
As you mentioned, that Rise is now 2-2 has been picked up in every single game. However, there is a 100% win rate, and that is on the center. Has been picked up in
Mm-hmm.
games 1 and 4, both times by Frostora, and it seems to be their lucky charm at the moment.
Oh yeah, you know, Poke has put a lot of time into this champion. You see him 0, 1, and 11, builds attack damage, you know, does a lot of damage, but still pumps out that healing and utilizing that ultimate to help out his teams on the other side of the map. It just works well for Frostora.
Yeah, but no disgusting damage output from the center this game, though. That goes over to the Ezreal and however, with that said, though, we're going to be heading into a short break, and we'll be right back with the 5th and the final game of the Upsurge Premier League semi-finals. Stay tuned. We'll see you in just a short bit. We've had 4 games evenly matched between both teams, and now it's time for the 5th and final game. Chillingvok, who do you reckon's going to take this one?
Oh man, I'm the person who's definitely biased towards Frostar because one, I have a personal relationship with these guys. I've known Hunter and known Elmo for such a long time. These guys are the people from Minnesota that I'm from. And yeah, we all started from the same place. And I gotta give some love to them at the end of the day.
Fair. When you say Minnesota, the only thing that can come up into my head is the fact that Marshall from How I Met Your Mother was from Minnesota.
Oh yeah.
That's all I know about Minnesota.
Marshall
Literally it.
Erickson from St. Cloud, Minnesota, baby. And that's what it is, man. We're some gentle giants. That's all we are.
So do you live in St. Cloud, Minnesota then?
Oh no, not at all. I definitely know where St. Cloud, Minnesota is, an hour away from the Twin Cities. Right now, I'm currently in Iowa, unfortunately, but definitely gonna be going back for winter break and just excited to see the boys again.
Fair. I don't want to ask anymore because you're going to find out how bad my knowledge of US geography is.
It's a-okay.
Okay.
A-okay. I don't have any geography of Europe, man, so it's all good. That's how it is. We just
Yeah.
commentate the games. That's all we need to do.
Exactly. That's all we need to know. Our geography of the rift is perfect. We could draw out the rift like it was a back of our hand. Not that we know what the back of our hand looks like anyway. But we should be ready to get going for the draft a final time. I'm expecting to see a center band coming through. But do you think we're going to get a rise for a 5th game in a row?
Oh, I'm actually not too sure because here's the thing: it's 2-2 in the 2-2 so far. Frostar has shown that they have some tools to deal with it, especially from Elmos LeBlanc. So that's just the big surprise. What can they do? What will low key value on the first pick? If they don't take Rise, will Frost Aura take it? Does Always Plan has something to answer? Obviously, of course, that Senate is going to be taken away. Get rid of it. Pocus has been 2-0 on it. It's a solid champion on there. Now, the next question is that Ezreal as well, and if it's going to be up. So, when we take a look at this first pick, what is Loki getting value? And there it is. There's that Rise.
The Rise first pick coming in once again. Unfortunately, we're going to be seeing the Asol and the Nunu band. Heimerdinger, Cassiopeia, and Talia are your other band. However, Frostar, they'll pick themselves up at the Zaya this time. Will they take the Rakan to go with it? We'll have to wait and see as he really gets locked up first or solidified.
Yeah, I definitely like the Aurelia pickup right here. It's a super solid flex for Frostar, especially on red side here. Lucky, of course, taking the Ezreal right here as well. Frostar already locked in that 80 carry, so I'm surprised they want to pick the Ezreal for the bottom side. In the meantime, though, Frostar, if they want to take that Rakan, they definitely can, and then double ban supports. You get a solid engage here, you get a melee support, you can say a pseudo melee support for Frostar as well. It allows an ease of access for starting engages and starting fights. So I would like to see the Rakan being picked up here, but instead, the J4 going to get locked in for Hunter. He's been playing it almost throughout all the series. We saw Olaf game 3. Didn't work out too well for them, but still a solid engage nonetheless for Frostar. And Lucky Esports, got to see if they want to get rid of that Rakan in the ban.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether they do ban that Rakan away. Interestingly, though, Lucky Esports not going for the Caitlyn Morgana. We saw them use that as their answer to Frostar's Zaya Rakan back in game 3, and it worked absolutely fantastically. Scoop got so fed, but Lucky opting for the Ezreal this time. The Galio will be banned to deny the chicken coop composition, and that Rakan is now open for Frostar.
Yeah, I'm surprised Lucky didn't want to get rid of the Rakan here. When we look at Frostar, they have so much AC if they lock in the Rakan as well. Of course, the traditional counter would be the Morgana or potentially the Nautilus. Could see a Leona come out from Lucky Esports as well, but instead Frostar, they're going to lock in that Akali and double flex it around. And this is where I'm Lucky. I have to be very afraid because the Akali to Kled, a pretty solid matchup. Irelia into Rise, a good solid matchup as well. So now it's going to be a lot of the mind games of what the matchup will be based on these solo lanes.
Yeah, interesting to see what Frostar will decide to go for. As Lucky Esports will be picking themselves up the Olaf. We saw a Hunter play the Olaf. It didn't work out too great. But now let's see what Kevin can pull through on it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why you're picking Olaf into the J4 outside of the clear speed, so we definitely understand that Olaf can out-clear the J4, can out-duel him if found, but the thing is that J4 has that ultimate, has that Cataclysm to keep him locked in, and if that happens in a team fight, it's going to get tough, and you can see here Lucky picking that Morgana just in case, but Frost Aura, they're going to be doing a mix-up because now this is the big counter into Morgana, which is that Zyra, and now Frost Aura, they're going to have a really solid lane to play towards on that bottom side.
Yeah, the Zyra coming in, something that has been popping up every now and then in the current meta. Zyra, oh god, that's going to be a mouthful and a half, but the Zyra lane will come through, and it's going to be a lot of poke, and it's going to make life very difficult for Ugandan royalty on it.
Yeah, and when I look at these compositions, Lucky Esports, they're gonna have to play a fast style with that ult. But here's the thing: the only person who could do that is that Kled, especially at 6, and Rise, not that best of a skirmisher. When we look at Frostra, they all spike pretty hard at one item, and that's pretty scary. You know, Lucky, they spark at 2 items with Rise, Kled, 1.5, Ezreal, for sure 2 items, and that's where it gets tough because I'm looking at Lucky Esports outside of the Olaf engineering a gold lead by himself. I'm not too sure how it can help this Olaf. And that's where, you know, if Lucky doesn't get this Olaf out running and sprinting with a lot of gold, Frostroar could definitely take it at that 1 item spike.
And you do have to admire and appreciate this Frost Aura draft because, as you mentioned, they all have scalings at similar points, and then their team fight comp is pretty good together, as they do sync up quite well. However, when you look at Lucky Esports, you've got the Kled, you've got an Olaf. This is a we're going to run at you composition, and then you've got the Dark Binding, not the Dark Binding card, I mean the Black Shield on top to prevent you stopping them from running at you.
Yeah, it definitely is a run at you kind of composition, but here's the thing. Aurelion Akali can easily bypass and go through your squishy front line to that back line to kill that Ezra, to kill that Morgana, or if not that, just kill the Olaf straight off the bat, because look how much upfront damage they have to deal with. You have the Zyra ultimate waiting in the lapse of that trap. If they do want to opt into that all-in, you still have that J4 Cataclysm to stop people as well, and that's where, you know, if I'm lucky, I have to get this ball rolling very early. Otherwise, this composition is going to crumble at Frost Aura. They just have to wait out for that 1 item spike, baby.
So far in this series, having compositions that revolve around getting an early lead and snowballing it, somehow the opposite has always happened. So for Lucky Esports here in Game 5, where everything rides on this game, they've got the Olaf, they have got that early game jungler. The same can be said for Frost Aura. So for the final time tonight, where are we going to see both junglers focusing their?
Yeah, if I'm Frost Aura, I don't need to do anything until my teammates get that 1 item spike. The only thing I have to do is if my laner sets up a lane to gank, then maybe I'll throw a gank there. If not that, I have to track out where this Olaf is going to be if I'm Frost Aura. While in the meantime, Lucky Esports, you have to get this Olaf running, help him get some jungle interaction, help him set up a lane gank, do something, maybe tackle the bot side because Zyra and Xayah are low mobility. Those are the things you have to look out for, and if I'm Frost Aura, as long as I read that, I should be A-okay.
And then, talked about the jungle matchup. The bot lane, as we mentioned, is going to be difficult for Ugandan royalty especially.
Oh, yeah.
But in this top lane, it's looking like it is going to be the Rise into the Akali. We've seen always plan ahead on that Kled before. It worked out pretty well when it played into the Galio. But let's talk about this top lane, Rise into Akali. How do we see it go?
Well, here's the thing, Milky. Like, these guys can always swap and play the swapping game, because Akali into Rise, not that good for Akali. Irelia into Rise, easy gank setup with your J4, and vice versa. Akali into Kled, it's a pretty good matchup for the Akali, knowing that you could play under Shroud and knowing that you could just play with your kunai and throw them out while Kled is, you know, trying to last hit at a melee range. And that's what it is. I just got to see what happens here, because these guys can easily swap around in this loadout, in this champion select, but they can also swap around in the game as well. You know, if Elmo wants to take the Akali but send a top side, that could easily happen.
A lot of flexibility for both teams around the mid lane and the top lane. Talking about the composition, and most specifically how Frost Aura have that bike at around 1 item in. And again, Frost Aura, They all spike at the same time. Lucky Esports, they
Yes, they
need
do.
to find that early game advantage. With that said, though, we're going to be heading into a short break, and we'll be right back with the 5th and final game of the night. Oh, and it is going to be Irelia top, so it is going to be the Akali Intercalate, just as you mentioned there.
Yes, sir. Yep, and that's what it is, man. That's how it's going to work out with Akali in the mid lane. It's going to be a good matchup for the Akali. Irelia can set up those ganks on that rise, and that's what's going to happen, man.
Let's see how it all pans out, though. We're going to head into a break for the final time tonight, and we'll be right back for the 5th final game. Welcome back, and for the final time, the champions have been summoned down by the mysterious summon. I'm going to stop right there. I have no idea where this is going, but we are going to be seeing the stack coming through from Lucking Esports. They look to invade through the bottom side of.
Yeah, and if I'm Lucky Esports, I kind of have to, right? I want to see if I can get an early jump because you have Olaf as a level one of the best junglers in the game to just go for these invades because of access. So good move on them to see if they can get some early vision. And if I'm Lucky Esports, this is what I have to be, because if you play this early game pretty slow, first items come out for Frost Thrower, and that means that they get to make a breakthrough in their composition and start looking for fights around that time.
As Shia LaBeouf would say, just do it. And I'm sure Kevin will be looking to execute a few of those ganks. We talked about how important this mid lane, the mid lane gank potential will be, and potential towards the top lane as well. We also mentioned how, despite it being always plan ahead on the Kled, that might be getting switched around. So we'll wait until everyone is actually in their lanes doing stuff as, Kevin's.
Oh, man. This is actually so good from Lucky Esports, because this is what you want to do. Do a lane bait with Olaf. Make sure you get this Olaf running, and this is what I want to see as Lucky Esports. This is how you get in, but in the meantime, Ugandan Royalty.
Yeah, Ugandan Royalty is here. Oh, the flash out as the Ignite comes through, and a very, very saucy level 1 gank in the mid lane.
Man, talk about saucy and cheesy. I don't know if we have a lot of cheddar here, but Lucky Esports, they're pulling out all the stops. Ugandan Royalty going for that little cheeky level 1, forcing that flash from Elmo as well, and this means that this early game advantages will be pretty good for Lucky Esports.
And I think you hit the nail on the head there. It's saucy and cheesy. Cheese has to go with sauce.
Oh, yeah.
That's why it worked so well. You can't do one without the other.
Yeah, man. You try having spaghetti or some marinara with no Parmesan, it don't work, man.
No, that is true. As the grasping vines will find, or I should say the grasping roots, if you find them onto Scoot in the mid lane. First drake of the game is going to be a mountain. Because we had been seeing, I think, almost 3 Infernals in a row as our first break. But with that flash down for Elmo, I'm sure Kevin will be very eager to pop his head round and say hi.
Oh yeah, I gotta catch the ninja, the slippery one who doesn't have a flash, and that's what it has to be. Wave is pushing for always plan ahead, so Kevin could look for a gank here, but let's take a look at the bottom lane, right? Because the bottom lane is looking so tough for them. But in the meantime, topside, Bow Eater, he's looking pretty solid. 18 CS to 3 right now against Solidified. He's pretty much stuck under his turret, and even though Frostar, they have a really good composition pushing that 1 item mark, this is what you kind of have to do attacking this kind of composition as Lucky. So good job on them. The early game definitely turning out well.
Didn't we say that Solidified was supposed to have a good matchup for the Rise?
It has really good gank setup. That's the thing. Like, it's definitely not a good matchup on a one-on-one aspect because you're dealing with the range, but you're able to kind of move around and set up that gank with that J4 with that flawless duet.
Because I swear, every time we say a matchup is good, it ends up going horribly badly for whatever player. And it's always in this top side, as we're just going to see the bottom lane of Lucky Esports just help Kevin out, give him some moral support as he picks up his Scuttle Crab on the...
Yeah, of course, here Ugandan Royalty trying to see if he can set something up, but keep in mind that Kevin is around the bottom side. It looks like he just wants to commit to that reset though, so should be okay. In the meantime, Hunter, he has the sights around the mid lane.
Yeah, Hunter is looking to this mid lane. Will get spotted out by a ward. Flag and drag flashed out by always plan ahead, and that is both flashes down for both mid lane.
Yeah, and that's what happens here. Flash is gone, so that means that both mid lanes gonna get pressured in. These guys, they want a 2v2 around the mid lane a lot here, so gotta be mindful of it. Elmo taking a pretty big trade here. Remember, keep in mind that he does have that Conqueror, but both of them level 5 now.
They want a 2v2, but for now they're going to 1v1 as there's somewhat even trade coming out between Always Plan Ahead and Elmo. And we talked about how volatile these lanes are going to be time and time again, and it looks like that is still going to be remaining the same into a game 5. There's a lot of poke coming down, but it's 2 1v1s in the bottom lane as the Arcane shifts away. from Scuba. He's had enough, and he is very low on mana as Focus is going to step forward, but he'll just fall back.
Yeah, and this is why Morgana into Zyra feels so bad. You can't output the damage here. Your Black Shield gets nullified by a lot of that, by the plants that Zyra puts out, and because of that, that 2v2 goes in favor for Frost Aura, and that's where it gets tough, but always play ahead. No flash, he's going to get ganked.
Yeah, he will indeed get ganked as Kevin picks up the Drake, and that is enough to force everyone back, and now the gank coming through. Flash away, Uganda Royalty surviving. First blood goes to the side of Lucky Esports, and now they can potentially look for Focus as well, but they will decide against. There's a lot of damage coming through onto Solidified, but he won't go for the dive under turret.
Yeah, definitely. But still, keep in mind that there's no... keep in mind that when it comes to these fights here, it's going to get explosive. Meech tried to flash all those...
Blade Caller crossing routes a flash away, but the Ignite's ticking down. Nothing for Kevin to do, and he will die.
Burns down from that Ignite. Overstays a little bit too long, but in the meantime, mid lane...
Oh, the charge comes through, but Elmo will be able to get under turret with the help of the perfect execution. And that will just about save him as an overload comes through. Finds some damage onto Solidified, but he's just staying under turret, and every time Bowita finds a decent trade, well, the turret decides to even it up a little bit.
Yeah. However, good CS so far. Only down one wave in this matchup. That's pretty hard as the Irelia. You're going to have to land that flawless duet, but of course, Bow Eater has that phase rush, so he's able to kind of weave in and out and make sure he doesn't get tagged, but if Hunter shows up, that flawless duet does land, that's where Bow Eater could look to lose this lane. So keep that in mind. You know, when Hunter moves around the map, he has a lot of good gank assistance from all of his lanes.
Now, unlike in game 2 or 3, I believe, when Hunter had the Olaf, Kevin's having a much better time on the Olaf into the J4 matchup, sitting almost at 10 CS up on his jungle count.
Yeah, of course here. Keep in mind that these 1-item spikes are coming in. Elmo going to be trading a little bit here. Instead of getting a long spear, he's going to be going for that cloth armor to make sure he eases up on this matchup. And here it is, though, that trade. A lot of damage in favor for Always Plan Ahead in this mid matchup until that gunblade is picked up.
Yeah, the violent tendencies coming through, and there's a bear trap on the rope as Hunter decides to join the party in the mid lane. The flash is still down for Always Plan Ahead, but he'll be able to get out of that as we're actually seeing Ugandan Royalty and Kevin making their way up as Solidified looking aggressive in the top lane, but will not burn the Vanguard's edge. Not yet.
Yeah, and this is why I said if that flawless duet does land, a lot of damage will be coming on Solidified, and that's what you kind of have to do in this matchup. Especially when Triforce is up, though, he should be able to get a solo kill if that does land. So got to pay attention to what happens. Charge is coming up, so going to be seeing if he can look here. Solidified, going to see if he can flex here, but the roam is coming up on the top side.
Vanguard's edge does miss its mark, and here comes Always Plan Ahead. The ult's not available just yet, but Solidified will get out and will burn the flashes.
So this is where it gets tough. Flash getting burned here on the top side. Meech doesn't have flash either. Still, 1 kill to 1. These guys paying a lot of respect towards each other, and this is where you got to be careful, because when these fights break out, it's going to be so bloody, and you have to pay attention to that, man.
And Pocus does have the level 6 now. The Stranglethorns could be pretty big. Ugandan Royalty has not got the Soul Shackles just yet.
Yeah, of course, you see here that Kevin does have his sights on that Rift Herald, does manage to take it out, which means that he should be able to get some more gold into his team here. Bot lane still going at it with these 2v2s with Meech. I think the first time in the set has a CS lead in this 2v2 matchup here, 78 to 69 so far. And honestly, due to Pocus and having him control the lane is a lot better for him. So that's what's gonna have to happen. But in the meantime, mid lane,
Elmo goes in. Always Plan Ahead will get taken down. Cataclysm tries to flash away. Elmo flashes a little bit late, but he has already picked up the kill.
Yeah, and this is the Frost Sword that you have to be mindful of. The Hunter-Elmo duo, the original mid-jungle duo in this lineup. They've been together for so long. They know how both operate. You can see there that they just know what each other want to do. They even both commit flash because they both know they're going to want to all in, try and take that kill here. And this is the thing here. If you're going to play against Frost Aura in the future, you have to see if you can tackle this mid-jungle duo and the way they operate. You see both of them play that J4 Galio. You see both of them play that Galio plus someone else. You see here when Elmo plays an assassin, Hunter is right there by his side.
Also starting to see, as you mentioned, a bit of the CS discrepancy forming in the bot lane, getting even bigger now at about 15 as Frost Aura, they're looking aggressive. They want to steal the red buff. Always plan ahead is here. The charge will come through. There's Realm Mob following in as well. The Strangle Thorns come down. The focus is onto Elmo, who's down to a third HP. True Shot Barrage on top. Elmo gets taken down. Now they can look for Hunter. They will find the pick onto Hunter, and the Rift has been generous and provided a lovely Cloud Drake as their reward.
Yeah, 2 people going down. Hunter and Elmo unfortunately take the brunt of that damage. They go down. Because of that, they lose out on this dragon here. But keep in mind, that was them trying to fight around the first side, before the first Silent Spike. Just wait on your time. Wait on that first Silent Spike. See when you get that Triforce, when you get that Gunblade, then start looking for fights. Because right now, you're still in that breathing room period. So wait for that 15-minute mark, and you should be looking good.
Throughout this entire series, it has been, with the exception of one game when the Ornn got picked up, has just been picks of the damage. And we've got an Infernal Soul to come through just to add to the spiciness of how much damage will be coming through from both of these combos.
Yeah, man, we got sauce, we got cheese, we got spicy. We're gonna have all these flavors in this game, and that's what I don't want to see.
The spicy... Wait, hang on. Spicy cheese dipped in sauce, or would it be cheese dipped in spicy sauce?
I think it's the sauce that's spicy, and then you add cheese as a garnish. You know, I think that's the play.
Right, so cheese with the spicy sauce. Let's go. We'll have to see if there are anything else we can add to the delicious mix we have currently. I don't think there is too much that can be added onto this. But we will have to wait and see as we hit the 12-minute mark. We've been talking about those one-item power spikes. That being said, Frost Aura aren't that far behind. They are still within 1k. And they can turn this back around in their favor. But as you mentioned, Chilling Rock, they just have to wait for their time.
Yeah, we talk about flavors, and all I want to see is something sweet, you know? Something crazy.
What defines a sweet play, though?
I don't know. You'll know it when you see it. That's the thing. I think all these flavors just have to wait and see, but always plan ahead. Stealing red buff. He's going to get caught out right here.
He needs to run the 5-point strike. Won't be able to find his mark, and he will be able to escape us. Shelly charges in the top lane, and that might be first turret going over to the side of Lucky Esports as Flawless to find his mark, but it is a 3v3 in the top lane. As we're also seeing Ugandan Royalty making his way up to potentially join the fight. And it does mean that Scooped is all by himself in the bot lane.
Yeah, I want to give credit to Ugandan Royalty right now, because a lot of this times when he's moving around the map, you know that there's going to be a topside play that is happening, and that's what happens. He moves around the map, he lets Scooped stay by himself, because Ezra is one of the best champions to just farm safely under turret with that Mystic Shot, and because of this movement, Lucky Esports, they're coming out ahead right now. You can see here, they got that first turret, they're ahead 1.5k, and Ugandan Royalty, he knows that he can't stay in this lane, so since I can't handle this match in a 2v2, what should I do? I'm just going to rope and help out the team. And that's what's paying off right now for Lucky Esports.
Big CS, big gold advantage though in the top lane for Bao Eater at the minute. And for Kevin, both of them 1k up on their counterparts. Whereas in the mid and bot lane, slight advantages being seen for the side of Frost Aura.
Yeah, of course, a lot of respect on both sides here. TP does get used from Scoop to make sure he is in the bottom lane, but Hunter is around here, so they should try and force out this turret. No vision on Ugandan Royalty, so they just want to see where he will be. In the meantime, though, you see here, Lucky Esports, they have their sights on that mid-tier 1, so if this trade occurs, it's not going to be looking good for Frost Aura.
Things are looking very good for Lucky Esports at the minute, as they are pushing in the mid and looking to potentially rotate to the top lane when they do have an opportunity. We're going to be getting that first Infernal Drake of the game in 1 minute, and so far Kevin's been doing a fantastic job using this early game aggression of the Olaf. Picked up both early game with Drakes. He's picked up Rift Herald. He has a CS advantage. He's had more presence with his ganks. And we're going to be getting that second Rift Herald of the game in just a couple of seconds as well.
Yep, second dragon coming up, so that's what they have their sights on. Still, no first item coming up outside of the SMG from Meteor, so if they were to fight this, Elmo doesn't have that Gunblade, Solidify doesn't have that Triforce, and those are where they need that item breakpoints to make sure they can snowball the game. If they're fighting without them, it's going to be a pretty big loss when these fights break out.
Yep. Two-shot barrage will come through after the Dark of Binding. Frostor trying to establish some vision control. Now, both teams are entirely on the bottom side of the map. The Rift Herald is going to be ignored for now. There's still about 4 minutes for it to be taken. Both teams will just be setting up for what is a very important Infernal Drake.
Crosshair does have advantage, though. They do have that river control, so should be able to make it. Elmo doesn't have that Gunblade as of yet, only has that Cutlass and that Revolver, so no first item from him, and even then, no Triforce, but the fight going in.
They find Hunter, the charge comes in. Hunter will get taken down. The Ignite will take us through. Vanguard's Edge comes through, flash forwards, as the Blade Surge will come in. They find the kill onto Scoop, and that is a big Soul Shackles. They look for more. There's a double kill going over onto the Rise. Elmo will come in. They look for Elmo, as a Shuriken Flip will buy some time, but the Rune Prison comes in. Triple kill for Bao Eater, and that is a 4-0. Lucky Esports coming out on top, and now they'll pick up their third Drake of the game, and it is Uber.
Yeah, 4-4-2 in that Inferno going over for Lucky Esports. I said time again, it's about that first item spike. What do? They fight without it, and this is what happens when you do. This is what occurs. Hunter getting caught out by Always Plan Ahead, of course, didn't help their cause, and because of that, they take their win. That means that they have their sights on their bottom tier 1 as well, and now when we look at Lucky Esports, they're kind of a pretty solid objective going in. This is what their game plan was, Milky. Make sure you use that Olaf, do a lot of cheeky things, and it paid off well. And now they're fighting, and Bao Eater 3-0-2. He's looking like the star.
Yeah, Bao Eater has really been stepping up in the past few games. And with Rift Herald up now, that is the next focus for Lucky Esports, as they are picking up everything on the Rift. And this next Rift Herald could potentially be their second Alpha turret. They could look for that in the mid lane.
Yep, that's the only turret that should be used to open up the map here. Uganda Royalty gonna get caught out though.
Dark Binding will land, and Kevin is here as well. Cataclysm lands onto Kevin, and Hunter does not want to fight on that. But the Ignite comes through, a final auto. Is that enough? It might just about be, and he can't get any lifesteal off. Kevin will get taken down.
Man, Kevin trying to see if he can stay alive, but still good defensive play overall from Frost, or making sure that, you know, if you're going to come to my jungle, you're going to be met with contention. These first item spikes are now starting to come through. Elmo has that Gunblade, making sure it works out. Now we just need to wait if Solidified has that Triforce anytime soon, because once he does, it should be good. But in the meantime, Always Plan Ahead picks up that Sanguine Blade, still has that Tiamat as well, and that's what we're going to have to wait on.
We will have to wait on those first items, as we mentioned. A lot of importance on those. 7 kills to 5 at the minute for Lucky Esports, and they're currently sitting 2k gold up. Kevin, he does have the Rift Herald available to him, and we'll have to see where he wants to drop that, as Bao Eater and Elmo have rotated to the bottom lane.
Yeah. Course here, no big objectives coming up as of yet, just making sure, you know, we only have Baron coming up in the next 50 seconds, but both these teams pretty squishy. They're not going to start it on spawn. Nay, they're not even going to start it at 25 minutes unless something turns out well, such as a team fight or such as a catch. So keep that in mind when this marks comes up. That means that both these teams are going to have their sights on this next Infernal Drake, or if not that, these mid-tier ones. And Frost Aura, they have no turrets as of yet, so they're going to need to take something out if they want some more map objectives.
This Infernal is so important for both teams, because while Lucky Esports will be getting the Infernal Soul, Frost Aura need to deny that Infernal Soul, because otherwise the Lucky Esports are going to snowball so hard.
Yeah, of course, they did take a reset, so this means that Frostar should have a little bit of breathing room. Maybe see if they can take out the mid-tier one as of yet, because they are not able to respond. And unfortunately, Lucky Esports, big mistake here, resetting at an awkward time. And actually, instead, they just get a little bit of chip here. They should be able to come in just in time.
True Shot Barrage will help Lucky Esports out massively in protecting the turret. As Lucky Esports, they're just going to wave clear, they're just going to wait. The focus is not on Baron, as you mentioned. We're not going to see any attention on that for quite a while anyway. Both teams will just be setting up, looking to gain pressure, looking to pick up the outer turret in the mid lane before potentially going for the Baron. Flag and Dragon finds it to mark onto, always planning ahead. With no full engage, but here it comes. Strangle of Thorns comes out, and the Dark Binding will find its mark. Feather Storm's coming through. They're looking for Snoop. Flag and Drag finds the knocker. Play caller, Snoop's down. Always plan ahead, will fall. Vanguard's dead, and there goes Solidified. He'll find one. No, he won't, but the Flawless Duet will lock them up. Hunter will get taken low, and that's going to be the outer turret going to the side of Frostora.
Man, I talk about those one-eye spikes, and you see that gigantic difference of when that Triforce and that Gunblade is picked up and used together in unison. You see him make a big play, Focus gets caught up, but it doesn't matter because his teammates are there to help out on that damage. But in the meantime, Elmo
once more, he goes in with a Shuriken flip onto Bow Eater, but will back out of it in the end. Now, we do have that Infernal coming up in 20 seconds, so we're going to be getting another 5v5 fight, almost definitely.
Yep, TP getting used here to make sure Elmo is on the board when this dragon comes up. This is a big Infernal, and again, this is that one-eye spike. But keep in mind how many ultimates Frostora has already used. None of them are up for this dragon here. And
they find the Dark Binding. Flash forward, True Shot Barrage. That's the kill. This could potentially be the game-defining fight. And it's already one pick going over to a Lucky Esports. The Infernal Drake has already been started, but will be disengaged from and will reset.
Yeah, they're gonna have to give it up. Keep in mind that this is gonna be the 4th dragon here, and if they do, that means that Elder Drake is going to be up. That's 4 dragons in favor for Lucky Esports, and Frostora, they don't have their ultimate to contest. They can't do it, and because of that, they're gonna have to give that up and see if they can get some control on that Baron. Now, when this Elder Dragon does come up, though, keep in mind, whoever takes it can pretty much secure the game.
Flag and Drag comes through. They're looking for the pick. Ugandan Royalty. 3v2. Make it a 3v3. Always plan ahead. Will turn a bear trap on the rope. Won't quite be able to find it. Solidified goes in. Solidified burns the stopwatch. Vanguard's edge comes through. The Realm Orb here as well. Solidified finds a kill. And the Triumph Rock will come through. Hunter, though, really low. Will get taken down as the Overload clogs in. Solidified gets taken down. And it is a 4 kills for 1. The Baron is up. We talked about how that Infernal Drake fight was game defining, and it may have just won Lucky Esports the game as they win their next fight, and now they're going to be taking the Baron as well.
Yeah, big mistake from Frostora. They didn't really need to take that fight. Pocus wasn't even on the board, and he's a big source of damage that can help turn these fights in favor for them. And because of that, they take a fight without the numbers. They lose on regards to that. And now, when you look at Lucky Esports, they're okay just waiting because always plan ahead. He's about to come up in 1 second, and now all 5 members should have that Baron.
Yeah, cleverly done by Lucky Esports. They ensure that everyone gets the Baron so that they can go for the 1-3-1 split push with Bow Eater and always plan ahead in those side lanes. You know, we can go back to how do Frostora come back into this, but right now they just have to sit back and hope that they can either miraculously win a fight around Elder Drake or steal the Elder.
Yeah, it's so tough. They're going to need this Elder Drake. But keep in mind that Always Plan Ahead actually didn't manage to get that Baron buff. They took it a little bit too fast. And unfortunately, he's not going to have that Baron. But it doesn't really matter because right now this Elder Drake's coming up. Like Esports, they're up almost 5K right now in this game overall. And now two-on spikes are going to be coming through as of now. And but right now, when we look at Lucky Esports, they're approaching 3 items. It's going to get tough, Milky.
It is going to get tough for sure. Frostora, they need to find something miraculous. All the games so far, once they have ended up going in the way of one team, it has never really swung back the other way. Baron and Parrot Cannon Minion just doing its work on the inner turret in the mid lane. This is a 1-4 split push coming in from the side of Lucky Esports, with Always Plan Ahead in at the bottom.
Yeah, and this is great allocation from Lucky, because here's the thing, when you're looking at Clud, he can always charge to the lane right by him to set up a pinch as well, so good allocation. Elmo doesn't have that TP and is unable to follow Always Plan Ahead if he were to move, and now this is pretty much clear-cut rotations on Lucky Esports. Take out that mid-tier 1, rotate towards top side, Always Plan Ahead, stay towards the bottom side. He doesn't have TP, but he always has that charge if they were to move, and now that top tier 2 is going to be taken from Lucky Esports.
Yeah, top tier 2 will be started upon, and this will be the second inner turret that will fall. Frostoro just have their base standing as well as the inner turret in the bot lane, but that will most likely be falling soon as well, as we hit the 25-minute mark, 2.5 minutes away from this Elder Drake, and the Baron buff is not going to be up for that much longer either.
Yeah, but still, 6K, a 7K gold advantage in favor for Lucky Esports. They pretty much had a 3K Baron power play in regards to this. Pocus getting snared up.
Dark Binding does find its mark as the inner turret in the bottom lane has fallen, and now the inhibitor turret in the mid lane is under siege and will get taken down. The base has been cracked 26 minutes in, and Lucky Esports will look to the inhibitor.
And this is where we take a look at Frostor and the incorrect decisions that they made. They fought right in front of the dragon before their first item spikes, which cost them that second dragon. They fought again. They made a great fight with their ultimates and with their first item spikes, but then again, when they try to fight in front of the Baron, Pocus was already down and already dead. And in the meantime, Elmo getting caught off.
The charge coming through in the top lane. True Shot Barrage will come out. Stopwatch gets burned. Cataclysm under turret. They find the damage. Kevin, though, will burn the Stopwatch of his own. And now they look towards the Zypher. The storm comes through, but there is nothing for Meech to do. A 4th kill. Who needs an Elder? Lucky Esports say. Elmo is the last man standing. Meech has already given up. He's disconnected. Elmo will get taken down. That's the ace for Lucky. Always Plan Ahead is the only casualty. And with a whopping 10k gold advantage, Lucky come out on top. They thought it was going to be a 3-0, but Frostora took them all the way to game of 5. They ended the unbeaten run, but it doesn't matter. Lucky Esports will take the win. They'll take the series, and they will seal their spots in the Upsurge Premier League Finals.
Yeah, Bao Eater showing up so much damage in that last team fight. You see Solidified going in, getting blown up immediately. This man, 7-0-5. This guy was a monster approaching the later stages of the game. And when we look at Frostora, a little bit of impatience costing the game, a little bit being too trigger happy, a little bit of trying to find these catches. But unfortunately, they lose and they're knocked out of UPL. But you should have your heads held high because these guys, they performed well.
They performed well. They topped their group back in the Infernal Division, and they won their quarterfinal matchup as well. And as you mentioned, a lot to be proud of. But that game, finally, so well played. Who do we want to give our MVP to, Chilling?
MVP. I'm trying to think here. Between this game or between all the series?
Has to be the entire series.
The entire series. All right. The entire series MVP. At the end of the day, I would say I would have to give it to Lucky because I'm sorry, give it to Always Plan Ahead in the mid lane because here's the thing. Sorry, not Lucky. Always Plan Ahead because the thing is that Always Plan Ahead because when we take a look at what he's done and what champions he's won on, right? Is these global mid laners that just impacts the map and makes it work for his team. You know, all the wins that he's had are usually on those champions, and the losses, he doesn't seem to operate well in those. But when he makes it work, when he moves around the map, when he did that split push in game 3 and made it work, that's what happens, man.
Yeah. I actually think, the first thing that you said when you said Lucky is actually pretty spot on because, so many times we cast and commentate on games and it's one person standing out for all 5 games or all 3 games, regardless of whether it's a best of 3 or a best of 5. But I think this game, every player has had, their good games where they've been able to stand up and carry their team forward.
Definitely.
And games where, they've fallen behind, they've made mistakes, and they've costed their teams as well.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of I'm trying to think of the games where on the games that he lost, did he lose? Did he lose his team the games, right? Because when we take a look at top side, Boa on the Jace definitely didn't get to do anything. When we take a look at the other two games of when he lost, he was doing okay. Wasn't the main reason why he lost, but in the games he did, he was just being consistent with what he can do on the map, moving around the map and helping his teammates out, and that's what he does.
Well, I think that's about all that we have at time for then. Any final words, Chilling?
That's it, man.
All right. Well, thank you to everyone who has joined us. It was a best of 5 that went down to the very bitter end. Lucky Esports coming out on top, and they will be making their way to the Upsurge Premier League Grand Finals. Thank you very much for tuning in. Stay tilt-proof on the Rift, and good night.